Director. I call to order the meeting of the Board of Education of Baltimore County for Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. This evening's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Comcast Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. May I have a motion to go into closed session as permitted by the Open Meetings Act, as found in the Annotated Code of Maryland, General Provisions Article 3-305, B1 and B7, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice.
So moves, Dulesky.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Pumphrey.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Jalewski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy? Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn? Ms. Henn? Ms. Frempong? Ms. Frempong? Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe? Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Could you hold 1 second, Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
I want to make sure that they can hear us. Ms. Henn? Oh, shoot. Ms. Henn?
Yes, I can hear you, Ms. Gover.
Great, thank
It's
you.
me, I know.
Thank you.
I can't get it off.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes, are you just doing a sound check?
We're doing roll call for our close.
Okay, this is the first time I could hear anything. So yes, are present.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Ms.
the sound just
Ogumbe?
kicked in.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. Just tell me when we can continue. for Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. I invite you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, to be led by me. We will then have a moment of silence in recognition of those who have served education in Baltimore County. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I forgot, and a moment of silence for those who have served education in Baltimore County. Thank you. Tonight's Board of Education meeting is being broadcast through the BCPS online live meeting broadcast and on BCPS-TV, Xfinity Channel 1073, and Verizon Fios Channel 34. In order to efficiently conduct this meeting, all voting items this evening will be done by roll call vote. Before we begin this evening's meeting, on behalf of the board, I'd like to congratulate Superintendent Rogers on her most recent honor of being selected Superintendent of the 2026 AASA Women in School Leadership Award, which recognizes her dedication to student success. So on behalf of the board, congratulations, Dr. Rogers. And the first item on the agenda is the consideration of the February 24th agenda. Dr. Rogers, are there any additions or changes to tonight's agenda?
I am unaware of any changes to this evening's agenda.
Thank you. Hearing none, the agenda stands as presented. Earlier this evening, the board met in closed session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act for the following reasons: to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. The closed session summary and the open session information summary can be found on board docs under this board meeting agenda. The next item on the agenda is personnel matters, and for that I call on Mr. McCall. Good evening, Mr. McCall.
Right. Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Superintendent Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. I'd like the board's consent for the following personnel matters. We have retirements, resignations, leaves, and educator licensure appointments.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel matters as presented in Exhibits D1 through D4?
So moved, Pumphrey.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Harvey.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Jalovsky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCall.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is administrative appointments, and for that I call on Dr. Rogers.
Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, and members of the board. I bring forward the following administrative appointment for your approval. Engineer, Information Security, Office of Application and Network Security Support, and Board Certified Behavior Analyst, Department of Special Education.
Do I have a motion to approve the administrative appointments as presented in Exhibit E1?
So moved, Stileski.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Young.
Thank you. Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Jalovsky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers?
Thank you. Our first appointment for the evening is Alexander Furman. Please stand to be recognized. Alexander is attending this evening with his guest, Nicholas Cadeo, and is being appointed as the Board Certified Behavior Analyst in the Department of Special Education. With 5 years of service with Baltimore County Public Schools, his former BCPS experience includes special education, self-contained teacher, and social emotional learning teacher at Maiden Choice. Prior to that, Alexander served as a clinical supervisor at Verbal Beginnings and program coordinator with Shepherd Pratt. Congratulations and welcome back to BCPS. Our second appointment this evening is not attending. Nathan Chapala. Nathan is being appointed as the Engineer, Information Security in the Office of Application and Network Security Support. With 6 years of service, Nathan's experiences include IAM Specialist at Data One and IAM Engineer at PNC Financials. Congratulations and welcome to BCPS.
So I had the privilege of watching Alex when he was a teacher at Maiden Choice, and we truly are fortunate that you are back in BCPS, so congratulations. Our next item is public comment. This is one of the opportunities the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. If not selected to address the board, members of the public may submit their comments to the board members via email at boe@bcps.org. The Baltimore County Police Department's Homeland Security Unit and Office of School Safety has recommended safety and security protocols which are posted in the boardroom and available in board docs and on the board's participation by the public website. While we encourage public input on policy, programs, and practices within the purview of this board and this school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Baltimore County. Inappropriate personal remarks or other behavior, such as language that promotes violence against a BCPS employee or that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting, are out of order and will not be tolerated. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be escorted from the meeting. Please observe the 3-minute clock, which will let you know when your time is up. The microphone will be turned off at the end of your time or prior to that time at the discretion of the board chair. It is the practice of the board to allow elected officials to provide their comments to the board. And first to speak tonight, we have a couple extra people here for very good reason. First to speak tonight is Representative Ms. Clateman, who is representing Chris Van Hollen, our United States Senator. And Dr. Rogers will join her.
Testing.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers, I just want to say on a personal note what a privilege and honor it is for me to be here this evening. I do bring you a citation from Senator Van Hollen, which I'll read in just a moment, but also I am a BCPS parent. So this doesn't surprise me at all, and it's an honor and a joy to be able to be here. So thank you for educating my children. And with that, a message from your United States Senator. This citation is presented to Dr. Miriam Rogers, Superintendent, Baltimore County Public Schools. In recognition of your receiving the American Association of School Administrators 2026 Women in School Leadership Award for your exemplary leadership and dedication to advancing educational excellence, and with appreciation for your continued commitment to supporting student success, strengthening schools, and serving the community. And with best wishes for your continued success, Chris Van Hollen, United States Senator, the 24th of February, 2026.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers, you stay right there, because our next person's got similar comments. So next is Ms. Paxton, who is representing U.S. Senator Alsobrooks.
Good evening, everyone. It's actually my pleasure to present this citation to Dr. Rogers. As a former educator of 21 years, I definitely understand the sacrifice and the support that Dr. Rogers provides to the faculty and staff within Baltimore County Public Schools. So I will read the citation. This citation is presented to Dr. Miriam Rogers in recognition of being awarded the Women in School Leadership Award by the School Superintendents Association. Whereas Dr. Miriam Rogers, Superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools, is a dedicated educational leader known for her commitment to student success, instructional quality, and teamwork. She recently received a National Leadership Award from the Superintendents Association for her outstanding contributions to public education. Whereas through her service to the state of Maryland, Dr. Rogers has created transformative educational opportunities by supporting educators, encouraging innovative learning environments, and building systems that help both students and teachers reach their full potential. Whereas Dr. Rogers' visionary leadership, strong commitment to educational equity, and lasting positive impact on students, families, and school communities show the highest standards of public service. Now, therefore, I, Senator Angela D. Also Brooks, along with the people of Maryland, commend Dr. Miriam Rogers for her outstanding leadership. I offer sincere congratulations on this national honor and thank her for her dedication to Maryland students and educators, presented on this 24th day of February, 2026. Appreciate you, Tom.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Miss Mandy Remmel, representing our Congressman Johnny Oshesky.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mandy Remmel, and it is an honor to be here tonight on behalf of our Congressman Johnny Oshesky, presenting this wonderful, prestigious award to Dr. Miriam Rogers. The Congressman is sorry that he could not personally attend tonight, as he is at the State of the Union with a lot of our senators and other Congress members, but we have this wonderful award that reads, "In honor of your continued leadership and dedication as Superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools, I congratulate you on the winning the prestigious AASA Women in School Leadership Award. Your vision and commitment to excellence are a true inspiration to the students and educators you serve." And so congratulations from Congressman Johnny Oshesky, your United States Representative for Maryland's 2nd Congressional District. Thank you.
Group photo? Okay.
Dr. Rogers, you can come back. You come back. I know you love this stuff. So, I'm not going to read them, but we do have a bunch more citations. So we have a citation from Senate Chair Shelley Heddleman and the Baltimore County Senate Delegation. Congratulations. We have one from House Chair Eric Ebersol and the Baltimore County House Delegation. Congratulations. We have one from Council Chair Mike Ertel and the County Council. Congratulations. And County Executive Kathy Klossmeyer. So, right, so congratulations. It's all over. Okay. All right, back to business. Our first category for public speakers are school system affiliated groups, and our first speaker is Leslie Weber, who I believe is virtual, from the PTA Council of Baltimore County. Ms. Weber? You might need to hit *6. Oh, there you are.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Good evening.
Great. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Board of Education members, and Dr. Rogers. I'm Leslie Weber, President of the PTA Council of Baltimore County. Would like to congratulate Dr. Rogers for winning the annual AASA Women in School Leadership Award, which recognizes exceptional leaders making a difference in students' lives. We're proud to support Dr. Rogers and BCPS in their important work. PTA Council recently submitted testimony in support of House Bill 189 and Senate Bill 103, which requires school districts in Maryland to implement safe and healthy start times for middle and high schools, meaning not before 8 a.m. for middle schools and not before 8:30 a.m. for high schools. Maryland school districts are charged with providing students with the supports necessary to learn, achieve, and find success in college and careers. None of that is possible if they're too tired to learn. March is almost here. On March 18th, we plan to take part in the BCPS Mind Over Matters event at the Franklin Square Conference Center. Thank you to our BCPS liaison, Office of Family and Community Engagement Supervisor, Sue Hahn, for the invitation. On March 22nd, we'll host our annual reflection celebration to recognize students who took part in National PTA's Arts Education Program. We'll soon be sending invitations to BCPS leadership and Board of Education members. On March 26th, we'll host our virtual general meeting, which always has a health and safety focus. At this meeting, our nominating committee will announce our slate of officers in advance of the elections to be held at our April general meeting. PTA Council has been intentional in partnering with BCPS on important initiatives. Our responsible cell phone use campaign, our meet and greet for PTA leaders and community school facilitators, and our American Education Week Here for Attendance Challenge. We hope to advance our partnership by having PTAs create service learning opportunities for students, including at the middle school level. This is important because MSDE requires that all students complete 75 service learning hours to graduate. I was happy to learn more about service learning at a recent Parent University event led by FACE Program Specialist Stacy Wade. The chair of our Family, School, and Community Partnerships Committee, Ramona Basilio, is grateful for the time Ms. Wade and Sue Hahn have given to talk through the ways that PTAs can possibly partner with BCPS to support service learning. We hope to keep those discussions going. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is from Unions, and that is Kelly Olds from TAPCO. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Lichter, Vice Chair Harvey, Dr. Rogers, and members of the board. Tonight is a major step in our budget process, and a critical one. There are still questions to be asked and actions to take. In short, you, school board members, can still reduce the 594 position cuts and better the future of Baltimore County students. TABCO has been busy. We have talked to almost the entire county council and the county executive. We've shared the proposed budget. We've asked for additional funding. We've discussed other ways to make this budget work. We've attended budget town hall meetings and raised our concerns. We've talked to community members. We've talked to our own members and to some of you. Everywhere, our message is the same. These cuts would increase class size, and class size increases are bad for our students. Many of you, school board members, have jumped into the process, and we applaud you. Your questions are probing. They show a deep passion for our students and a serious take on the proposed budget. Please keep this up. We understand the difficulties of the budget process, especially in light of reduced enrollment and fiscal constraints. The needs of the schools and the children are greater than the financial resources available. And in many ways, the ask to you, the board, is to do more with less. This is the same request that is made to educators every day. Each year, we have seen less resources, which means less educators, less flexibility, less resources, and less of the things that make it possible to educate our children. But we keep on. It is becoming untenable. At what point do we recognize that there isn't more that educators can be asked to take on? The decisions are hard, but it is the work that we must do. Let's find a way to reduce these cuts, protect class sizes, and staffing allocations. This helps to protect our students' futures and makes it so educators will stay in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next category is nonprofit community groups, and our first speaker is Marietta English from the Baltimore County NAACP. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairwoman Lecter, Vice Chair Harvey, Superintendent Rogers, and members of the board. I am Marietta English, and I chair the AXO Committee and the Education Committee for the NAACP, Baltimore County. I am here today as Chair of the Education Committee to congratulate Dr. Rogers on receiving the award from AASA. Having worked with AASA when I was president of the National Alliance of Black School Educators, I know how hard it is to receive an award from them. So I thank you for all the work you've done. I'm sure the vetting process was hard, but you made it through because of all the work you have done for Baltimore County. And the Education Committee would like to present this dozen of roses to you to show you how much we appreciate working with you, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you again. Our next speaker is Deborah Cuffey from the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Omega Chapter.
Good evening, Dr. Rogers, members of the board, and all assembled. My name is Deborah Cuffey, and I am a 50-year member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, a higher education professional and a 30-year retiree from the Community College of Baltimore County. It is my honor to bring words of encouragement to our sister. Congratulations to her and the Baltimore County Superintendent, Dr. Rogers, on behalf of Dr. Nakia Showell-Bart, President of the Upsilon Epsilon Omega Chapter of Baltimore County and its more than 200 members. As we close out Black History Month and look forward to celebrating Women's History Month, our timing to acknowledge the selection of Dr. Rogers as the recipient of the 2026 AASA Women in School Leadership Award in the Superintendent category is appropriate. Dr. Rogers executes with passion, strength, and dedication for BCPS staff and students. Her management style is open, honest, and engaging. Despite the financial challenging times we now are presented with, Dr. Rogers remains focused and transparent. Leadership is not easy. You often must make tough, unpopular choices. It can be increasingly difficult for women, and honestly, a lonely road. I salute Dr. Rogers for being steadfast on her journey and remind her that her sisters of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority continue to pray for her strength, stand ready to support, and as in the past, will partner with BCPS to uplift our community and empower our students. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Octavia Park Saunders from the Baltimore County Alumni Chapter of the Delta Sigma Theta. Good evening.
My support.
Good evening, Chairwoman, Vice Chair, and the Superintendent. Good evening. My name is Octavia Park Saunders, and I'm the Social Action Co-Chair of the Baltimore County Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Our chapter president is Lisa Danicho, and she regretfully was unable to attend tonight. Our chapter service area is the entire Baltimore County area, and we are 400 strong and have served the families and students in Baltimore County since 1984. So tonight, on behalf of my chapter, I want to honor and congratulate Superintendent Dr. Miriam Rogers on being awarded the AASA 2026 Women in School Leadership Award in the Superintendent category. Delta Sigma Theta has established a long and glorious history of service based on our 5-point programmatic thrust, with one of those thrusts focusing on educational development. And similar to Dr. Rogers' mission to lead and empower others to remove barriers to student success, our chapter is committed to student success and provides scholarships to Baltimore County students, having facilitated nearly $100,000 in awards in the past year. I would like to take this moment just to inform that we have applications open for our 3 scholarships for the community that we support: those attending HBCUs, students attending 4-year colleges, programs, or university, and students attending the Community College of Baltimore County seeking their associate degree. But just once again, we didn't want the moment to pass without giving our support and our congratulations to Dr. Rogers for your commitment to service to the students in Baltimore County. We congratulate you and look forward to more partnership with you in supporting our students in the county. Congratulations.
Thank you. Okay. Our next category are individual citizens or students, and our first speaker is Sharon Serhoff.
Good evening.
Good evening.
There's been a lot of discussion recently concerning graduation rates in the state, particularly here in Baltimore County. So this is the area that I'd like to talk about, is credit recovery in relation to special education and basically all students. Our students are required to have 4 English credits, 4 specific math credits, 3 science, 3 social studies, 1 health, 1 tech, 1 personal finance/economics. And by the way, those requirements have changed 7 times over the past 7 years. In Baltimore County, there are 2 ways of recovering credits if you don't pass a class to get the credit. One of those ways is you double up the following year on whatever class you missed. In other words, you take Algebra 1 and Algebra 2. Sounds a little strange to me. The other way is what's called Spark. Sit me down in front of a computer, I'll watch videos and take a test until I pass. Basically, I'm teaching myself. And I'm doing it at my own pace, okay? The basic tenet of special education is a free and appropriate public education. If I need special education, if I require an IEP, I require specialized instruction. Are either of the 2 ways that we do credit recovery in Baltimore County meeting that requirement? I can definitely tell you no. I have clients who are taking 6 Spark classes in 1 year. That's a problem. I have clients who are doubling up in more than 1 year. Didn't pass it the first time. You've got to do something different. And what you're doing is not helping your graduation rates to go up. They're going down because of the way we are teaching our students. Not because we have too many bodies, not because we don't have enough students. We can do better, and I'd like to start seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Rossi. Good evening.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Rogers. Initially, I came here tonight to address school safety and climate, particularly student safety assistance. In 2022, the Student Safety Assistant Program was brought on board by Baltimore County, and we were federally funded for 2 years under a grant. In the beginning of August of 2024, we were brought to Kenwood High School for a meeting, told us that we are now in the budget, which I congratulate y'all for bringing us in. But at that time, we were also told that we would not receive any kind of benefits or anything. We were strictly contractual. That was a surprise to everyone, being that we signed contracts in June and weren't told this until August. And then last year, cuts were made throughout the student safety assistance throughout Baltimore County. I personally wasn't informed of this until July. So my question is to the board, for the student safety assistance program, do you guys see this growing? Are there going to be more cuts this year? Particularly, a lot of us would like, we don't get paid for holidays, we don't get paid for inclement weather days, so it's rough. It's been a rough winter for all of us. We want to ask if this position is going to be, if it's going to move forward in Baltimore County, if we're going to receive benefits, if we're going to receive cost of living pay raises, all the above. Because right now there's no clarity, and when we ask our administrators, nobody has an answer. So that's pretty much what I wanted to address to the board tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Ferrone. Did you have public comments? Okay.
Good evening to all. Congratulations, Dr. Rogers.
She'll be right back.
However, I'd like to ask you, truly, what is the value of this award to our superintendent for the quality and achievement of education? I have not really seen, I have known many ordinary citizens, including I, who received similar awards from our senators and congressmen. It feels good, but we are here for what? Feeling good or achievement, performance? I know the organization, and it has standards. And I thought to myself when I read, what does that mean really to the students? Did the superintendent have a national reputation about education? I have not seen that. Did she author a book, treatise? Is she known beyond Tabco, Baltimore County? Not really. And you know the scores that have been presented as an improvement are really small elevations and are not really significant. So if you put all these together and you add to them that there are vacancies that are not fulfilled, and I see Tabco and Case always come and complaining. What does this award mean? It feels good. I felt good when Senator Van Hollen gave me a similar recognition. It feels good. You, as a board, have the duty to respond to taxpayers, to respond to the students. You have that duty not to be affected by some sort of PR. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Louise Baker. Good evening.
Good evening. Okay. I don't have any flowers or awards or citations to give out tonight. My apologies. Baltimore County Public Schools employs 20,000 people and serves approximately 111,000 students. Yet fewer than half of those employees are classroom teachers, roughly 9 to 9,500. At the same time, academic outcomes remain deeply concerning. Grade 3 math proficiency is 39%. That means 60% of our third graders are not proficient in math. Grade 7 English language arts proficiency is 44%. That means 56% of our students are not proficient in reading, writing, speaking, or listening. Those are not small gaps, those are failures. Over the past decade, spending has increased and non-teaching staffing has increased, yet proficiency remains below state averages. As board members, your role is governance, not day-to-day personnel management. Discussions about individual resignations, hires, and internal staffing matters belong to the superintendent. Your responsibility is strategic oversight. If more than half of our students are not proficient, then focus should be clear. Prioritize the students, reduce the number of non-teaching positions, tie budget decisions directly to measurable academic outcomes. If funding is tight, how does the budget contain a $24 million line item labeled confidential spending? Parents deserve transparency. Taxpayers deserve accountability. Most importantly, students deserve proficiency, not excuses. The trajectory we are on will define this board's legacy. I urge you to make student achievement the central metric of success. When a majority of students are not proficient, that is not a funding issue. That is a leadership issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Courtney Goldbeck. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Rogers and members of the board. My name is Courtney Goldbeck. I'm the Library Media Specialist at Middle River Middle School. I've been a professional librarian for 17 years and hold a master's in Library and Information Science. I am here regarding the vital role of library media specialists in our secondary schools. A certified school library media specialist is not a minor support role on the margins of instruction. They are, first and foremost, teachers and leaders. According to the Maryland State Department of Education's 2023-24 Annual Library Media Report, library media specialists spend 45% of their time providing direct instruction, more than any other role that they serve. On average, they deliver 16 hours of direct instruction each week, teaching students in libraries and classrooms, often alongside content area teachers. This instruction is not incidental. It is targeted, standards-aligned teaching that prepares students for colleges, careers, and civic life. Library media specialists are the primary instructors of information and digital literacy in our schools. Statewide data shows that more than 2/3 of specialists frequently teach students to apply critical thinking skills, evaluate the credibility of sources, ethically use information, and work with a variety of formats and perspectives. In an era of misinformation and rapidly evolving technology, these are not optional skills. They are essential graduation competencies. Library media specialists also serve as instructional partners. While many secondary schedules have limited our flexibility, 23% of library media specialists frequently co-plan and co-teach instructional units, and 63% regularly facilitate collaborative learning experiences that support inquiry-based learning. These partnerships strengthen classroom instruction and extend learning beyond a single subject area. Research consistently shows that students achieve at higher levels in schools with certified library media specialists, and Maryland's own data reinforces this reality. When we invest in library media specialists, we invest in teachers who teach students how to learn, how to question, analyze, create, and grow into informed citizens. Supporting and sustaining these positions as full-time is not an add-on. It is a commitment to student achievement and educational equity. Thank you for your time and support of libraries within BCPS.
Thank you. Next are public comments on board policies. The first policy is 2361, and the first speaker is Scott Rossi. Did you want to speak on the policy, or did it get? Okay, I just wanted to check. And next speaker on policy 2361, which is distribution of non-school materials, is Louise Baker, unless you've signed up twice by accident. Did you want to speak on the policy? No, I okay, that's fine. Just checking. And our third speaker for policy 2361 is Dr. Ferrone. Good evening again.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. Policy 2361, the first paragraph, line 8 to 11, talks about students being informed, parents, etc., etc. And then in line 13, talks about dissemination of these material in order to provide a learning environment that is free from disruption. Free from disruption. So as a critical person, I think the word free is unattainable. Practically, you cannot have a system that is free from disruption. I recommend that I would use the word minimize disruption, or you might have some other choice similar to that. Then in the second paragraph, talks about distribution of material, announcements, etc., 17 to 23. And then the statement says Baltimore County Public School shall not imply board or school system endorsement of the organization or the information it disseminates. So if you do not really recognize whatever you are disseminating for whatever reason, then why disseminate it? I don't get it. I think this policy lacks specifics, lacks examples, and the definitions are not really clear. And in my 50 seconds or less, this is the same argument I come to you in the vast majority of policies, that they are elastic, they can be interpreted in different ways by different people, and I don't think that would lead to effective, efficient system. Thank you. Do you want me to stay or?
You may stay to speak about policy 5000 on students.
Policy 5000 is a really important one. It's about students. It talks about quality, developing content, knowledge, skill, attitude. I love to hear the superintendent talking about attitudes. And then it talks about standards. All students will reach high standards. That's line 15 by BCPS. Really? I mean, we heard the superintendent talking about the needle moving a little bit up, but it's really not significant. We heard so many board members and interested citizens talking about the poor achievement in the past many years. Then line 18 talks about all English language learners will become proficient in English and reach high academic standard. So, and then it talks about students will be taught by highly qualified teachers. So the problem with these fancy PR exaggerated words that they really don't match the reality, all right? Here is my thing. I am an immigrant, no doubt, 52 years Baltimorean, still I am an immigrant. But I don't see the people that this school defended learning English in the way I learned it, all right? And I fear one day we are going to be like Quebec in Canada, different than the rest. The high standards, obviously the school results don't show any high standards. They don't. I mean, it's horrible results. And it didn't start in 2013 like some say. It started when I started being an advocate for students in 1995, when Dr. Berger was a superintendent, and continued to slide slowly and gradually every year. Everybody, especially the people in this room, kicked the can down the road. Everybody. And the people who means well, they get overvoted because others vote with the finger raised up in the air. I think this policy does not match the reality.
Thank you. And the third policy is 6800, field trips and foreign travel study programs. Dr. Fern?
All right, so we talk about field trips. I said to you the word field is the wrong one because it tells me about a field of corn or plantation visiting a farm. Baltimore County is not really a farm. Or it might mean a field like basketball, football. I think it's better you label it as educational trip. Education is what counts. And then in line 10, it talks about carefully plan the field, etc., including foreign travel, and that it would be a logical growth of curricular activity. This phrase is just really as elastic as the rubber. It means different things to different people. It's very subjective. And my criticism about this policy is that it is an extra expense and an extra responsibility. I'm not a lawyer, but it doesn't really make sense. When you take kids out in the name of the school, you are exposed for liability for somebody get hurt, injured, raped, anything like that. I always told you, Madam Chair, Superintendent, board members, This school system is so much divided in giving perks to different political groups that cost money and take your attention away, just like this policy does, from education. You are the Board of Education. You have no business in sending people to a foreign country. Their parents can take them to Paris, can take them to Ukraine or China. You don't need to be involved with that. It's a big liability. I'd rather you put the money in hiring teachers, computers, better software, better books. I really don't agree with this policy. I think it's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is unfinished business, the superintendent's proposed FY 2027 operating budget, and for that I call on Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. I would like to call for Mr. Tantliff and Dr. Grimm to come forward, please. Based on some requests during the last Board of Education meeting, we have prepared some slides to review for all Board of Education members as well as the public. But before we begin, I would be remiss if I did not ask Mr. Tantliff if you could, for the record, speak to, most recently there was a comment that indicated there was a $24 million line item called confidential spending, whether or not that is factually accurate.
No, that is not accurate. We have nothing that's called confidential or anything of the sort.
Thank you. As a reminder to our public, the Maryland State Department of Education requires all school systems to budget with required categories. The definition, both the names and the definition of those categories, can be found in our budget book. It can also be found on Budget 101 or on the State of Maryland website. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with this evening's presentation. We want to remind everyone, next slide, please. We want to remind everyone that this is our third year of a challenging fiscal landscape. Part of what is contributing to the fiscal landscape, in addition to the reductions and the changes that we've seen at the federal, local, and state level, is that increases are not keeping up with the costs. Our enrollment, like across the state of Maryland, has decreased since COVID. But every formula that allocates funding to school systems is based on the number of students. As everyone is aware of, we had a 3-year compensation package, and part of the feedback that we received loud and clear from our community this year was a commitment to honor both the second half of year 2 as well as the full year 3 compensation package. And so this slide is simply a reminder that if we look at the additional revenue that we are slated to receive from all funding sources, there is a funding gap that exists just for compensation alone. Next slide, please. We also spent several months trying to answer the question plainly for members of our community, particularly when we hear conversations about how much money Baltimore County Public Schools receives. Want to remind everyone that BCPS is the 3rd largest school system in the state of Maryland. The maintenance of effort law requires and governs the amount of funding that we receive. That is based on the number of students that are enrolled and the spending the previous year. 82 cents of every dollar that comes into Baltimore County Public Schools is spent on employee salaries and benefits. In the darker green depicted on this graphic are the divisions by union associations as well as the non-represented staff, and the other 18 cents is subdivided that is used to operate the full school system, all schools and offices. Next slide, please. So we have had 2 work sessions. We have posted responses to all budget questions that we have received and engaged in responding to questions during these work sessions, in addition to all of the work that we did prior to the posting of the budget. Want to share that during last meeting, we were provided with a proposal that our team began to work diligently on to identify the responses and to provide some updates to Team BCPS. The first thing was there was a request for a quarterly budget line transfer reports. To receive that quarterly, that first request was made since 2024, came in as a part of this budget process. If you go to our Budget 101, you will find that quarter 1, 2, and 3 reports are posted. And as a result of receiving that request, moving forward, quarterly reports will be provided to the full board. Special revenue, federal grants, there were suggestions made regarding specifically IDEA, which governs our students receiving special education services, and Title I, which 72 of our schools, 72 of them receive Title I funding to meet the needs of our students and families experiencing economic concerns. Salary turnover was introduced during our last few work sessions. Want to just make it clear that when we talk about salary turnover savings and we're talking about fund balance, we're talking about one ultimate source of money. We're talking about the savings for the school system. And so as Mr. Tantliff gets into the details, I want to make sure that we have elevated that and communicated it plainly to the members of Team BCPS. I also want to report, as I did last time, that I remain in close communication with our county executive. Our last communication was today. She again reiterates her commitment to Team BCPS. She desires to do more than the request, the target, and right now what we're working on is the timeline. And so I wanted to make sure that everyone is clear that there is a commitment from our county executive. The timeline will dictate how much more she is able to do as she works through her own county government budget process. There was a request for a supplemental asked to the county executive. As Mr. Tantliff goes through the additional slides, he will go through details and the timing of the supplemental request. And lastly, I want to share that one of the things that we did is we immediately consulted with fiscal experts. We consulted with economists as well as certified public accountants, budget analysts who have been doing this work for decades. Important to note that Mr. Tantliff, who sits here as our Executive Director for Fiscal Services, has 30 years of finance experience, 17 years working on state and local government, and also a Navy veteran. He leads this work. In addition to his work, Mr. Tantliff was very open and wanted to hear from additional perspectives about the guidance that we have been provided, particularly since this is the 3rd year of a tough fiscal landscape for BCPS. Next slide, please. And so some of the people that we reached out to were retired chief financial officers of Maryland large school systems, as well as our own retired acting chief financial officer, Mr. Saris, and retired executive director of fiscal services, a role that he held on to, I believe, for decades in BCPS. Mr. Saris's quote is here. What everyone was provided was access to our operating budget website, our Budget 101, our FY27 proposed budget book, as well as the components of all of our work sessions and the components of the proposal that was shared during the last budget work session. Mr. Saris shared when we are subject to the dual constraints of limited revenue and contractual commitments, the school system has chosen the correct and only path of reducing expenditures. The public and taxpayers cannot have low growth and low taxes without a cost. School systems throughout the country routinely make these difficult decisions. Continued support and professional development for teachers, not to mention significantly increased compensation, should sustain the quality of instruction. Mr. Saris also analyzed fund balance and the decisions that were made to review whether or not the approach that was being taken was financially prudent and was taking into consideration the out years and the responsibility that we have for all of the students that remain in BCPS. We also consulted with lead economist Dr. Basu, the chairman and CEO of the SAGE Policy Group, and he conducted a review using the same materials, and his comments are stated here. In short, what has been suggested are very bad ideas. Why? Because effectively they borrow from the future. There is no new money that has been found, merely a reshuffling. Funding from the blueprint is threatened by ongoing economic malaise, surging Medicaid expenditures, and pushback from stakeholders in categories that have already been substantially cut, including higher education. In short, this is a time for BCPS to budget with extreme caution. This is not a time to toy with the fund balance or make rosy presumptions about future federal or state funding. Next slide, please. As I indicated previously, we received a budget reports request. There is no internal diversion of salary savings. That is not a practice in BCPS. Instructional salaries are an MSDE category, and therefore they require approval to request to transfer funds from instructional salaries to any other category by both the Board of Education and the county government through the annual BAT process. The report that was requested was provided to the Board of Education from the period of November 21 to April 24. This is the first request, and as I stated, moving forward, this report will indeed be provided to the full Board of Education on a quarterly basis. At this point, I turn it over to Mr. Tantliff to go through the remaining slides.
Thank you. Here's just a snapshot of the report. Obviously not going to go through it here, but we can walk through it at a future board meeting. The first point brought up was about federal revenue reconciliation, and should we add $10 million more to the budget for Title I and IDEA because of the Consolidated Appropriation Act of 2026. Title I and IDA pass-through are both planned fairly conservatively. That plan gets put together in the fall when the rest of the proposed budget is put together. Adding to Title I now, just in case anyone's wondering, would absolutely not affect classroom ratios because of supplanting rules. Title I is above and beyond everything we do in the regular classroom. Now, when we find out the final Title I and IDA budgets later in the cycle, and it's important to note, even if the overall appropriation for the country is flat, that the state may be higher or lower, and within the state, any of the counties could be higher or lower than the prior year. So for instance, this year, even though appropriations were flat, BCPS received $2 million less than we did in the prior year. And we've also dropped about $3.7 million over the last couple of years. The most important point, though, is once we get our final appropriation, we will budget to that level. If it's lower than what we've budgeted, we would reduce it. If it's higher than what we've budgeted, we will increase that budget. So with grants, we're able to budget to exactly what our final award comes in at. And of course, it's impossible for any grant to know what that award is when we put the budget together, because they all come out much later in the cycle, normally after the budget is adopted. Typically May-ish time frame, could be a little earlier, could be a little later. So that's really kind of the key takeaways here. are, the budget is sound the way it is, and we will make any adjustments to match whatever the final award comes in at, which is what we do every single year with every single grant. Thank you. There was a point about vacancy rate realignment. Increasing, the request was to request the vacancy rate to 5.5%. Mr. Saris and Dr. Basu, you saw their comments on the last slide, and we've talked about this quite a bit over the last few sessions. But increasing our salary savings or salary turnover by $28 million is exactly the same as increasing our fund balance usage by $28 million. We are increasing the amount we're going to spend in our base forevermore by $28 million. So not only does that increase our spending by $28 million, it also reduces the amount of fund balance that's available at year end. And I'll show you in a couple slides what that looks like. It's really about the same. Our proposed budget is a 32% increase over last year, 50 million over 37.8 million. If you think about the increased salary savings in addition to the fund balance, it'd be the equivalent of increasing our fund balance usage by 106%. So really not fiscally prudent in the big scheme of things. And when you rely more on turnover, you're assuming you'll be keeping additional empty position or lower paid staff. Fund balance is our savings account. It's a precious, precious commodity, and if it goes, we end up being in a really bad fiscal position. So it is absolutely the definition of robbing Peter to pay Paul, robbing from our future to solve a problem this year, but creating a really large problem in the out years. This is a chart you saw a couple of meetings ago, but the difference here is on the left, what we did was increase our expenditures by $28.1 million, keeping everything else constant. This is a really simple example. The sustainable example, we'll do a blow up of these two charts in the upcoming slides, but on the right you can see the same sustainable chart that we've shown you recently, where we intend to get to a $30 million glide path in the next several years. On the left, all other things are held constant, except that our salary variance, our salary savings, our expenses go up by $28 million. That's what's in the circle. Now, of course, we can't end up the year with a negative fund balance, but this is just a simple example so you can see what happens. So in FY27, on the right side, we have 74.4 million at year end. On the left side, it's 46. But then you can see it really snaps down rapidly, and we're just about at zero fund balance by the end of FY 2028, and it goes deeply negative to 123 million by the end of FY 2032. Again, a very simple example. There's a million different things that can happen. It's just trying to show you what might occur. We can't end up with literally a negative fund balance. We'd have to resolve it. But it's just trying to give you a feel for what would happen in the natural course of things. This is just a blow up of the example we just showed. Impact of increasing turnover is the same as using more fund balance. It's going to cause a revenue gap in the near future. It's really not that far away. In this simple example, we've exhausted fund balance by the end of year 2028. That means to get into 2029, just to keep our fund balance flat to spend what we had the prior year, we're going to have a huge cliff to climb. And it's going to be very difficult. So the only way to solve it is to find a bunch of more revenue or to do a bunch of more reductions than we may already have to do, depending on what happens in the whole financial situation. So, I think I covered all that. And again, you can't actually have a negative fund balance. I'm just trying to show a simple example there. This is sustainable. You've seen this before. And really, our priority is to be conservative, sustainable, but push as much money into the school system as we can and not put ourselves in jeopardy in any future year. Our fund balance gives us flexibility. We don't know what's going to happen, Something unanticipated could happen with revenue, so we need to keep some money in the bank. And then the next point was on staffing ratio, and the request was to increase our county funding by $3.9 million to, it was added to the prior slide. It would total to restore the funding ratio, but since the prior slide it hasn't actually happened, the $3.9 million is really just an amount of money that's sitting out there on its own. But as the superintendent mentioned, she's working very, very closely with the county executive, and we're very hopeful that for the county executive's proposed budget, she's able to find funding to help close some of the gap and to restore as much of the ratio cuts as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. So it was procedurally, I was going to ask, should I do questions first or do the motion first? I mean, I can go either way.
For the record, Darren Burns, Board Counsel. I think there's some flexibility for the board on this, but ultimately, if you're going to have discussion among board members and any formal amendments possibly, then you want to have a motion on the floor.
Okay, so let me start with the motion, and then the discussion would come with the questions. Okay. May I have a motion to approve the superintendent's proposed FY 2027 operating budget?
So moved, Stileski.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Harvey.
Okay. What I was going to bring up now was the motion that Mr. McMillian made last time. So before we begin with discussion, the board approved a postponement of a motion from the February 10th meeting. The motion was made by Mr. McMillian and seconded by Ms. Stileski to amend the budget by restoring secondary library media specialists to full-time positions for the fall of 2026 and going forward with no classroom or advisory responsibilities. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Comments or questions on this amendment? Ms. Domanowski.
We asked for the financial data for that.
Right. I believe it was in the set of questions that were answered, but can we?
Sure. It would require about the addition of 36 positions at a cost with benefits of around $3.6 million.
Can you break that down? How you came to that?
Basically, the librarians or the media LMSs are covering 2 periods, so it will require about 0.7 FTEs to fill in for each of the positions that are covering 2 positions now. When you multiply it by the number of secondary schools in the budget next year, you come up with 36 teachers or 36 librarian specialists. Well, it'd be 36 teachers because then the librarians would be staying, just doing librarian work.
But that full-time, but they're just covering one class?
They're covering 2.
So the way that the proposal for this year reads is that they would be assigned to two teaching sections, 2 classes. However that fits in their schedule. Our secondary library media specialists have different schedules at both the middle school and the high school level. So we worked with human resources to determine what the formula would be. And as Mr. Tantliff, that resulted in a full number of FTEs of 36. And then doing the math on salaries, average salaries and benefits, the total cost is $3.6 million.
I still don't understand how 2 classes is a full-time teacher.
It's not. It's not a full-time teacher. What they did was take the total number of positions over, is it 52 or 54 secondary schools, and that equals 36 full-time equivalencies.
So 2 classes is 0.7 teachers. Is that what you're saying?
It is not. So the question was for us to fully restore them so they would have no teaching responsibilities. That was the task that we were provided. So in looking at if each one at the 52, each of the 52 taught 2 classes based on the varying schedules at the secondary level, that would equal 0.7 restoration, and it comes out to 36 teaching positions.
So, right, so it would be 36 if they were teaching library and the 2 classes.
No, it's if they were assigned 2 classes as a library media specialist.
So 2 classes is considered a 0.7.
Under the schedules, the various schedules at the secondary level. All secondary schools don't have the same schedule. They're not all on a 4-period day. They're not all on the same schedule.
So they have less than 4 periods?
No, some have more.
So 2 would be less than 0.7, right?
So 2 would be where the gap is with the number that we have.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Dulesky?
Thank you, and thank you for providing that number, and thank you for your service to our country as well. How would the cost of restoring the library media specialist to full-time and not teaching 2 periods compare to the cost that was proposed in the budget, that if they were teaching 2 periods per day, they then would be provided some kind of support, paraeducator, or some other support that would then allow circulation in the library? So then, like, what would the cost of paying that salary be?
Ms. Dulesky, I'll answer that one. We're talking about providing that part-time media support. That is budget neutral that I shared before. Just for the good of the public, when we looked at our formulas for support personnel, we do have some spaces where there is flexibility. So Human Resources has been working on making sure that we shift some of the internal resources, as I believe Ms. Charlie Green has shared a few times. Staff members who are covered by negotiated agreements, even if we reduce formulas, they're still entitled to a position. And so, in short, the answer is we're able to do that within the resources that we have for no additional cost.
No, thank you. That's great, and I appreciate you sharing that information. But I guess whatever I guess they're being shifted away from, and maybe I'm confused, but to serve in the library for those 2 periods, they're being taken away from another area where they assist the school.
So the people that would shift are the people that are over formula. So one of the concerns that our union partners and others have brought forward were around the formulas. We've talked in small group and large group about making sure that we right-size formulas. We do have some clerical personnel who are over formula in school buildings that would not be losing a position. Their responsibility would be shifted to make sure that students were fully covered.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion that Mr. McMillian brought up last time. Mr. McMillian.
Gentlemen, on the question that Mr. Young asked, and it was answered, it's number 128 on page 13. And Mr. Young asked, what would be needed to achieve parity between elementary and secondary media specialists? And then the answer was given, an additional 171.5 teachers at a cost of $10.75 million. That, I'm concerned that people might think, if they put that 10.75 together with the 3.6, now we're looking at $14 million. And I don't, to me, that's like comparing apples and oranges, or I'm going to say Fuji apples with Granny Smith apples. An elementary school library specialist is in that library all day long teaching her classes. And to take them out of that realm, to me, having taught a physical education in elementary school for over 10 years, it's misleading to me, because it's not, they are in there teaching. You're not going to remove them. They're not going outside the building or outside their medium to teach English or to teach social studies or teach something else. So I'm concerned that the 2 comparisons might confuse some people about the total cost of that, is my concern. Thank you.
But I think they were just answering the question that was posed from Mr. Young.
But,
right.
Okay. but they're not being taken out of there.
They were just answering the question. That's why I don't think they're giving you a response. Right. The question was generated by Mr. Young. Other questions about the motion? Ms. Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, has the system considered where the funding would be taken from should this motion pass? We all understand that it's a tight budget. We all understand that we want every single initiative, position funded. So what has been the consideration in terms of where this money would come from to relieve the specialists from teaching for 2 periods?
We have not looked at that specifically, but we would need to tackle it like any other unanticipated expenditure. So we would just have to look at what we might be able to reduce to cover that expense, making a trade-off really the best of a difficult situation, because anything else we cut is probably going to cause more challenges than what we're restoring in that case.
Thank you.
Ms. Frempong?
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, can I have the numbers? So it's the 3 different situations. We would have the library specialist being full-time, not teaching outside of the library, or not teaching classes. And then the second would be our full-time library specialist, but teaching classes. And then the last is the part-time. So can we just have like those 3 numbers for those 3 scenarios, please?
So, Ms. Frempong, $3.6 million was the amount for restoring the secondary media specialist to have no classes. Mr. Young asked a separate question about achieving parity for elementary school media specialists and what the cost of that would be. I believe that was $10.75 million. And the third part that you added, Ms. Frempong, I believe it was what is the cost with the media specialist teaching 2 sections, and that would come at no additional cost to the school system. I believe those are the 3 parts.
That's what we've budgeted.
Right. So what I'm asking for are just those 3 numbers, just outright, not what was the increase, et cetera. So from the answer, I heard 10.75 for the second. So then for the first and the third, can I have the exact numbers, please?
3.6 million for the first.
That's in addition though, right?
Oh, you're saying how much do media specialists cost?
Correct. I'm asking for the exact amount for those 3 different scenarios, just full costs, not in relationship to each other, et cetera.
Because I don't think the team has.
We would need to get back to you on that.
Other questions or comments regarding this motion? So at this point, we would need a roll call vote on the motion that's on the floor. Mr. McMillions, which I will read again. To amend the budget by restoring secondary library media specialists to full-time positions for the fall of 2026 and going forward with no classroom or advisory responsibilities. We have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Gover.
This is board member Frempong.
Yes, Ms. Frempong?
So what is the exact number then as far as total cost for this motion?
The 3.6 million.
Extra. What is
Correct.
the actual amount?
For them to be full-time positions with
Yes.
no classroom responsibilities. The additional is 3.6 million.
Ms. Frempong, are you asking the average cost of a library media specialist, which
It's the same.
it's about 100,000?
So let me give an example, because maybe I'm just not asking my question well. So I'm looking for option 1 is 100,000, option 2 is 150, option 3 is 125. I just want it succinctly with all the scenarios. What are the numbers?
Do we have 50, how many secondary? 52? 54?
How many secondary schools?
52?
It's 52 library media specialists, because there are some of our other schools, Dr. Rogers, do not, they serve secondary students, they do not have a full-time LMS.
But the 3.6 million is not for library media specialists. 3.6 million is to cover those two classes
is-
that they're currently, so it's not.
That is correct.
Right.
At 36 teachers.
Right, you're adding 36
right.
teachers to cover those classes that are now being.
That is
could be-
correct.
What's the difference between 5.2 million and 9.2? 12, 1, 5, 6, 9.2 million. That's the difference. Although, why does that look like 4 million?
So, Ms. Frempong, you're asking how much library media specialist costs, or how much 8.8, roughly 8.8 million, based on.
If you add the 3.6 million to the 5.2 million using the 100,000 figure estimate from Mr. Tantliff, it becomes a total cost of 8.8 million. Correct me if my math is incorrect.
No, that sounds about right, but it's, the motion is not relevant to that. The only thing relevant to the motion is
3.6.
adding 36 teachers. That's what the motion is, I believe.
Okay, Ms. Frempong?
No, it's okay, thank you. And I think it's relevant because I'd like to understand what the total cost is when I make my motion, or when I make my vote. So thank you.
Thank you. I believe we were doing a roll call vote on the motion, Ms. Gover, or starting the roll call vote.
Ms. Jalusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 7.
The motion passes. Okay. Further discussion. Ms. Henn?
Thank you. I have a few questions. I'll be brief. Mr. Tantliff, you discussed the offset or balancing the budget with the expected federal revenues that were reduced by 10 million. When those are
Say that again? I don't think that's what I said.
the federal revenues in this version of the budget were reduced by 10 million, 7.6 million Title I, 2.8 million IDEA.
Yes.
When those are added, when the budget is balanced, does that reflect 10 million in new expenditures, or will those expenditures be transferred from another funding source when those revenues are added?
For special revenue only, we carry a balance that's undesignated so that we can cover any unanticipated grants or changes in grant expenditures as the year goes on, so it doesn't cause a problem. If in a year like, if you think about when ESSER came through, the numbers were so big, we needed to come to the board and the council to get a supplemental to cover those expenditures. But normally, anything within reason, we have undesignated special revenue. It can't be spent in any other way, and of course, we can only spend special revenue with a grant award that's approved by the grantor.
So then what is the net effect of the 10 million, assuming that revenues remain flat on the budget?
I'd have to look, and it would matter what it came in at, and like I said, if it exceeded what we had, then we would need to come to the board for a supplemental appropriation. But we can also look at that as we go into the county executive's budget, and if staff feels like it, with the information we have, it can be increased, then we would ask the county executive to do that now.
For transparency purposes, is there any harm in the board adjusting the budget now to reflect what we expect to receive in federal revenue, since that the current budget is not quite accurate, since it shows a $10 million reduction? That's not insignificant.
It is not insignificant, and again, when it was set, we had to be conservative. We didn't know what would happen with federal revenue. The budget certainly still could be below a year ago. Might not be 10 million, might be 2 or 3 million. It's hard to say what that is right now, but to answer your question, if you change the budget, there would be no practical impact. We wouldn't increase our spending on Title I. The staff would be preparing with the information they have based on, but it wouldn't be finalized till we actually get our award.
So we wouldn't increase spending, so we would see a $10 million fund balance in special revenue funds.
If you increased the budget as proposed, we would increase the special revenue budget by those amounts that equal about $10 million.
So what you're saying is then, if we don't plan to increase spending, we would have a $10 million special revenue fund balance?
I'm not sure what that means. I don't know what you mean by we'd have a special revenue fund balance.
Let me try to rephrase my question. If we're not talking about spending more when we realize the federal revenue we expect to receive, because
We
the
would spend more on
expenditures-
those grants.
We're going to be spending more once we receive our federal grants?
We'll spend exactly what the final award is. So when we get our final award, if it's more, whatever it is, regardless of what we have planned, the team will submit an application that exactly equals that award amount, and that's what we will spend.
So the current budget then does not reflect our spending plan or revenue plan for our Title I or IDEA funds?
It reflects the amount that we
That
have budgeted. Sure.
Yes, if I could interrupt, thank you. Yes, the current budget reflects the amount that is budgeted based on our Title I director, Ms. Stansberry, who's been doing this work for a significant amount of time. What I want to make sure that we're just clear for our entire community to understand is increasing, particularly Title I numbers. Increasing those Title I numbers have no impact on the gap that we're trying to fill in terms of classroom teacher and classroom ratios. There are supplanting rules that do not allow us to simply substitute general positions in Title I schools with this funding. The other piece for IDEA, if we go back and look at that slide, you'll see a slide that I presented on behalf of PZAM to the Ways and Means and the Budget Appropriations Committee at the state level that shows that across the state of Maryland, there is more than $1 billion worth of funding and spending to meet the needs of students receiving special education services that is unfunded. The amount for Baltimore County Public Schools is also showcased on that slide. I believe we're more than $150 million of additional spending. And so certainly, certainly there can be this exchange, but I just want to be clear on what the impact is on our students and the problem that we are trying to solve in terms of saving classroom positions. The law does not allow for Title I funding to be used in this manner, and IDEA, the $2.8 million, whatever the additional amount is, if there's an additional amount, as Mr. Tantliff and team have indicated, BCPS will plan and spend at that full amount, as we never leave any additional dollars on the table. But there is caution and simply increasing the amount in the budget at this stage when we do not have numbers. Last year, there was flat funding, the current year that we're in, and BCPS lost $2 million. We've lost $4 million over the last few years, and there is reasonable data to suggest that we do not know where Maryland is going to end up in comparisons to all states, and where Baltimore County Public Schools is going to end up in comparison to the 23 other school systems.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. If I may respond, Madam Chair. So the intent, and I will be breaking my motion into 4 parts, but the intent of this part of the motion was not to reallocate these funds for any purpose. It was simply to ask for an accurate budget. And when these numbers are reduced by 10 million to 0, that was a flag that we are not planning to receive any federal funding in these 2 categories. So I'm simply asking the board to consider an adjustment that would more accurately reflect reality. And if these funds aren't available, then we certainly have the option to not spend them. My second question.
I believe that was time for 2 minutes. We didn't. Ms. Stileski?
I would like to make a motion to extend board member times to 4 minutes, please.
Second.
Is there consensus? Does anyone object to the additional minute? The additional 2 minutes.
This is Board Member Frimpong. I'd like to make an amendment to 6 minutes.
To a total of 6 minutes, you're saying?
Yes.
So you're asking for 4 minutes extra?
Yes.
Is there a second to Ms.?
I'll second that. Thank you.
Okay, I think we better, okay, so can we have a roll call vote on Ms. Frempong's amendment? Correct, Mr. Burns? You're looking at,
Yes, that's correct, but may I ask for clarification from Ms. Frempong and Ms. Stileski? The understanding is it's six minutes if this passes for each board member to ask questions and/or make motions or anything else related to the proposed budget, correct?
correct.
Okay, so making a motion doesn't convert that item into another 6 minutes per person. The intent is 6 minutes for the budget. Thank you.
Correct. I think it came up because Ms. Henn's time just ended.
Madam Chair, point of clarification.
Ms. Henn?
Point of clarification. The time limit never applied to making a motion previously.
Well, you haven't made a motion yet, correct?
Correct, but Mr. Burns advised that this would apply to making the motion, which it never has
I actually asked the question.
applied before.
I asked the question, what is the intent?
So can we confirm that this does not apply to reading a motion?
So Ms. Frempong made the amendment. So Ms. Frempong, what were you referring to? What was your intent?
This would apply to reading motions. I mean, this is our total time. That's what I'm looking at.
Okay. Thank you for the
So however we choose
clarification.
to use that time. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Discussion on the amendment. Ms. Dominowski, did you have a question, discussion?
So any questions we asked regarding that motion gets included in our total, but like our total time? Is that-
Anytime I call on anybody until we're on to during item G.
Including right now?
No.
Just kidding. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I'm out of time then. Finished. Okay. Sorry, we had a moment of levity. Ms. Stileski?
Sorry, yes, just a point of clarification, because I know some motions, in terms of reading them and then clarifying them, that can take several minutes. You know, if it's a long motion. So I'm thinking maybe it's more prudent if it just refers to discussion and not the words of a motion. Thank you.
Are you making an amendment to the amendment?
Sure.
You can't do that? Okay, sorry. We need to vote on Ms. Frempong's, and then we can go from there. Go ahead, Ms. Gover.
I'm going to jump in, Board Counsel.
Please.
You all have a standing rule that you're now potentially changing. That's 2 minutes per agenda item for all discussion by each board member.
Correct.
If you start breaking this into motions, versus discussion time, it is almost going to be impossible to keep track of time individually, because once someone makes a motion and people start talking to the motion and asking questions about the motion, there aren't enough clocks in here to keep track of all that. This is a discussion topic in which you could read this as requiring a 2/3 vote to change a rule, but you all have always taken the approach that you are liberal with changing your time that you restrict yourselves with. But you've got to be clear, I think, if you're going to change from 2 minutes per agenda topic per board member, exactly what you're agreeing with each other to do. And that should be the motion you vote on.
Well, I think Ms. Frempong made it clear that she was talking 6 minutes total for whatever anybody has to say during this agenda item. So that's what we're voting on.
And are there any amendments to that we have to track? Has anybody proposed an amendment to Ms. Frempong's suggestion?
Oh, we started, and I thought you said I had to stop.
That's because we try to figure out where you are. from
Okay,
a parliamentary
that's where I
standpoint.
am right now.
Sure, I'll make a motion.
My comment is 6 minutes is a lot of extra time, so I would keep it to anything, motions. Ms. Hen?
I move to amend the motion on the floor to exclude the reading of motions from the time limit.
Is there a second to Ms. Hen's amendment?
Second, Stoleski.
Ms. Pumphrey, did you have your hand up?
Partially, so I'll go ahead since you called on me.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to clarify here. So, first of all, legal advice from Mr. Burns. This isn't changing a standing rule if we do this right now, correct? And secondly, just to clarify, it's only the actual reading in the motion and not the discussion afterwards.
May I respond, Madam Chair?
Yes.
To the second question, yes.
Mr. Burns, I didn't hear a response from you.
You're not changing it in perpetuity. I
Yeah,
think the
right,
motion
just
was
for
to
right
change
now.
it for the purpose of this budget discussion agenda. item.
Okay, just based upon your prior comment, I wanted to make sure I was clear. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay. Ms. Frempong lost her connection. It was just restored. Ms. Frempong, there was an amendment to your motion by Ms. Hen, which was still 6 minutes, but excluding the reading of any motions. Correct, Ms. Hen?
Correct.
All right. So we are voting on Ms. Hen's amendment at this point. May I have a roll call vote, please, on the 6 minutes minus time for motions? Motion reading.
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No. So that did not.
I'm sorry, favor is 6.
Okay, so we are back to Ms. Frempong's motion, which was 6 minutes total for any comments or motions made. Any further discussion on Ms. Frempong? May I have a roll call vote on that motion?
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're now at 6 minutes for any comments, so keep
Ma-
them.
Madam Chair, may I ask one more question for us who are
What, how are you gonna
timing?
do this?
For those who have used some time, it's my understanding that we are netting that from the 6 minutes. We're continuing to track time,
Correct.
correct? Thank you.
Okay, approve what as amended?
They just
The original motion? That was Ms. Stoleski's original motion, correct? To extend the time as amended. So, do we have a roll call vote on the motion to extend the time as amended?
Ms. Stoleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think what this all happened when Ms. Hen ran out of time, 2 minutes. So you're still on the floor.
Thank you. So I move to increase the special revenue fund by $9,938,609 to reconcile with the Consolidated Appropriations Act.
Is there a second?
Second, Stoleski.
Discussion.
I'll
Ms.
just
Hen, speak to your
briefly
motion.
to my motion. It's for budget accuracy, and as Mr. Tantliff indicated, there's no harm in adjusting the budget for accuracy and to reflect our spending plan. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Further discussion? Mr. Young?
Mr. Tantliff, there's been the discussion of adding it for accuracy's sake. Do we know that those numbers are actually accurate?
We do not know what our allocations are at the LEA level and probably won't for a couple of months.
Thank you.
Ms. Pumphrey, did you have a question, comment?
No.
Okay, sorry. Ms. Domanowski?
I mean, please don't take this the wrong way. but do we know what our actual numbers are for any of our funding, really, until we get it passed by the county executive?
The difference with the grants is we literally have not received our award yet. That's different than our general fund appropriation, which we've put, we know what our state revenue is. We got our preliminary state aid, and the county executive is committed to giving us 2% above prior year, which is what's in the budget, and hopefully we'll be able to find more revenue. But the grants, the awards levels have not come out yet. So at this point, all you can do is use the information you have to estimate how much will come out. And obviously, information now is different than it was a month ago or 3 months ago. It's a pretty dynamic thing.
Just quickly follow up, thank you. Are all the other grants, do we have those applications in, and have they been accepted?
Most of our grants are continuing awards from year to year, and I don't think that any of those awards for next year have come out yet. They're all projections in the budget book.
Would also be a projection, correct?
Correct, based on the information we had when we put the budget together.
Ms. Pumphrey?
I think my question was just answered, but, so we're estimating either way, whether a board member's motion passes or whether we stick with what's in the budget currently, we're still estimating either way. Is that correct?
Well, the
Estimating.
Well, the budget was put together, as Dr. Rogers mentioned. Ms. Stansberry, who's been in charge of Title I for a long time, put her best projection of what the budget would be. That's what's in the book, and right now she has a budget that totals that amount. If the award changes, then she'll change the amount in our application, and the same thing will go for IDEA, special ed.
Ms. Pumphrey, you finished?
For now, I think so, yes.
Okay, Ms. Henn?
But Mr. Taylor, if all indications indicate that this will be flat, which means that these numbers are the best we have at this point as of February 3rd, correct?
Even if the aggregate award is flat, as we mentioned, this year, the aggregate award was flat, and we were $2 million below a year ago. There's a number of different factors that go into the award, and your relative measures of poverty compared to the other LEAs, Maryland compared to other states, all of those factors go into it, and it's a completely different measure of poverty than, for instance, that we use for free and reduced meals, compensatory eds, et cetera. They're using surveys of geographic areas. The federal government does not use student-by-student counts like we do, for instance, in comp ed. So how much that award will be is unknown at this time. It certainly could be below a year ago. It certainly may be above what we have planned.
Ms. Harvey?
What was our award last year? What was a previous award in comparison to what we're asking to add? What Ms. Henn is asking? I'm just trying to understand the context.
Right. Right now, it's about $7.5 million below prior year, which is what Ms. Henn's proposal would make it flat to prior year. And I'll just add for clarity, because of all the uncertainty around the federal budget in the fall, and as we came into November and December, the estimate needed to be very conservative because we didn't know where those grants would land. What passed looks to be flat. That doesn't mean that we'll be flat. We certainly could be several million below prior year. It seems like we're likely to be above what we have budgeted at this moment.
So in the previous budget year, did we do anything different? I'm trying to understand, is this a change in our practice from the previous budget years with regard to this particular funding stream?
I think the only difference was there was so much uncertainty with what's going on in the federal government and where grants going to be withheld or cut. A conservative estimate was used to put the budget together. So that, because it'd be, what you don't want to do is be over budgeted and have too much staff and then need to reduce. So I believe we just took a very conservative approach with the information we had at that time.
is there a consequence if we over budget or under budget? Because it's all based on whether we get this grant, how much money the grant award is. So whether we under budget or over budget, are we actually going to spend to the amount of money we have in the grant?
We will spend to what the final award comes in at. So we'll have to adjust our plan to take that into account once the final award comes in. So if the award is higher, then the Title I team, IDA team, whichever, or any other grant would then increase expenditures, staff, programs to match the grant. And if it was too high, or if it came in lower, then they would need to reduce staffing to match what the award came in at.
So if we under budget and we get more, we can do more. If we over budget and get less, we have to change some things.
Yes, before the grant award year begins, in that case, we would need to reduce positions.
Okay,
Or
thank you.
programs.
Thank you.
Ms. Hen?
I think that's where there's confusion, though, because I specifically asked about the expenditures and how they would be affected at more than what is budgeted, because I wanted to know whether these grants were additive, purely additive in the budget in terms of expenditures, or whether we would be transferring those expenditures to grant funding from, say, the general fund.
If the Title I award, let's say, increased by $6 million, then our expenditures on Title I and our revenue for Title I would both increase by $6 million.
That answers my question, and you see where there's confusion. And the purpose of my motion is for transparency, it's for the public to, and for our stakeholders, so that there's a plan in place. Because the reality is that the Consolidated Act does state, Congress did approve flat funding. And these amounts, the 7.6 is Title I, 2.8 is IDEA, to Ms. Harvey's question. So the numbers were based on this current year.
So I have a question. If we put it in based on Ms. Hen's motion, and we don't get it, would we have already told staff about allocations through Title I that they can use these funds and then have to kind of take it back?
I think if you're just talking Title I, I
Yeah.
believe Ms. Stansberry, in conjunction with the Chief Academic Officer and the Superintendent, would, with the information they have, plan to what they think is going to come in, but they would be very careful to not overplan or overstaff based on the best information we have, based on their contacts at MSDE, any information they could glean.
But as
So
soon
what's
as you
in the
tell a
bu-
principal you may have it, they start to plan for it, so.
We would not withhold staffing until May. We would not, for the record, I stated we would not withhold staffing until May, which is when we're going to get the final numbers.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, comments about the motion that's on the floor? Okay. So I think we need to repeat the motion.
Sure. Would you repeat it, Madam Chair?
Sure, is it in the chat?
It's in the document that I shared, but I'll read it quickly. The special revenue fund shall be increased by $9,938,609 to reconcile with the Consolidated Appropriations Act.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Jaleski?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No, and Dr. Savoy is still standing here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she had left. Dr. Savoy? Yeah. Thank you.
What was the number? 6. Okay, 6.
There's 6.
Favor 6. Motion does not pass. If there's, I know you have a couple. Is there anybody else that has something before I give Ms. Hen the floor again? Okay, Ms. Hen.
Sorry.
Oops, Ms. Pumphrey, was that a hand?
Can I ask a quick question? It's not really
Sure.
a motion. That's okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just have a question based on, and I'm not sure if this is going to be the public speaker that we had tonight and the safety assistants. If you recall, his request. Do you have any additional information you can provide regarding that as it, relates to the budget?
Ms. Pumphrey, I'm not sure what his request was, as I was not in the room. What I can tell you about safety assistants, we've made no recommended changes to them in the FY27 proposed budget.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Daleski?
Yes, just a follow-up to Ms. Pumphrey. The questions that were asked about the student safety assistance were regarding the push for them to receive benefits and in corresponding fashion to the other bargaining units, the cost of living increases in salary.
So certainly, I shared what's included in the FY27 budget. With any process would have to go through negotiations with our chief negotiator regarding next steps.
Ms. Pumphrey?
I do believe one of the questions was about cuts also, and you just said there were no changes, so that clarifies that. Thank you.
Do you have a question, Mr. McMillian?
Yeah, I want to bring up something on question 125 on page 12. I asked a question about the athletic trainers. They were approved in the 26 budget and were not hired, and I asked several different questions. If they were funded, why weren't they hired was one question. I asked several questions. But the answer was final salary negotiations with the union groups occurred after the budget was adopted, in addition to the reduction by the county executive. Now, I understand that the county executive can add or subtract, and the county council can subtract. But it's a hypothetical question. What are we even doing here? And I'm going to repeat that, final salary negotiations with the union groups occurred after the budget was adopted, in addition to the reductions from the county executive. So we talk all this stuff, we vote this, we think we've got this, and then there's negotiations with the union afterwards to eliminate. So those 3 trainers were in the budget last year, and then they were eliminated, and they weren't hired, and they were negotiated after the budget was passed and moved on. So I don't understand. Now, I understand the county executive's role. I understand the county council's role. But how the negotiations now I'll read it one more time and then I'm done. Final salary negotiations with the union groups occurred after the budget was adopted, in addition to the reductions from the county executive. So there's negotiations going on with the unions after we pass the budget and it moves on, or we don't pass the budget. So that's what I wanted to say.
I can clarify that. We went into impasse, if you recall, last year, and as a result of the impasse, that's what's being referred to. We agreed to go to year 2 on January 1st, which wasn't originally in the budget, and then we also agreed to give the bargaining units a 1% cost of living increase from about September 20th through December 31st. So the sum of all that needed to be funded. So we got some extra state revenue to true up to state revenue. We agreed to use some more fund balance, and then we needed to do additional reductions. And one of the things we reduced to balance the budget was to not add those 3 trainers.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Okay, Ms. Henn?
Thank you. This question is for Dr. Rogers. Dr. Rogers, of the experts that you consulted about the proposal, did you consult with the Office of the County Auditor?
Actually, Mr. Tantliff, if you could speak to the communications that we had. I neglected to mention the communications that we had with the county government.
Yeah, so we talked closely with the county government, with our counterparts over there. We did not specifically recently talk to the county auditors, but I believe we have full alignment with county staff, with the finance staff, that our approach is prudent and makes sense, and relative to their fund balance is a reasonable approach. Their fund balance actually runs close to 20% That's their forecast for this year. I think it's 18.6%. They'll probably be in the same ballpark next year. Not exactly apples to apples, absolutely, because they have variations in their revenue. But we did not talk to the county auditors. And I will mention, the county auditors do a very good job. They do a very nice job with that report, but that's not to say everything they put in there makes sense. As an auditor, they're trying to find nuggets, they're trying to find things they can recommend. Some of the things may not really make sense when it comes under pressure and deep scrutiny, because they're doing analysis. They do ask us questions along the way, but in the end, they go off and put in a recommendation that if we, sat across the table for them, we could probably make them see that that might not be a reasonable recommendation. So that's something to keep in mind.
So thank you for that. So in several of their reports in subsequent years, they point out that the system has a history of conservatively estimating the turnover savings, and they point out the actual versus the budgeted, and have figures about the potential savings, and that it affords the school system considerable operational flexibility. So my question is, if we're reliant on that, say 28 million for operational expenses for the BAT, for instance, why aren't those expenditures budgeted up front if we know that we're going to rely on them rather than overestimating our turnover?
Mr.
I don't think.
Cantliff, if I could start. So the first thing I wanted to address, the comment was made previously about why don't we budget to every single amount. And I just want to call everyone's attention to what we use these transfers for the contingencies and emergencies. So for example, the snow that we just recently had another incident of, the team does a good job of budgeting to actuals, which is our process now. And so they've used the actual expenditures for the last 3 years. With the first and we haven't had a lot of snowstorms for the last 3 years. With the first snowstorm that we had, the first weather event, that has taken into account the amount of money that was budgeted. Any additional snowstorm is going to be an emergency that you can't plan for. Another area that has taken considerable amount of funding, and BCPS brings me back to our advocacy at the state level, is around special education. The costs for special education students, I think one of the budget questions we received is the amount that's budgeted, which is closer to actuals now than it's ever been. How many students does it cover? And it's approximately 700 students. Just because we budget for approximately 700 students doesn't mean that we're only going to receive 700 students. And federal law requires us to provide the funding that is necessary for any and all students receiving special education services. These are two of the areas, plant maintenance overall, having the third oldest set of buildings in the state of Maryland. The level of mechanical failures and emergencies that occur that the team is unable to budget for is something that our community needs to be made aware of. You can go back on budget on board docs to see the supplementals to see the itemized list. I think it's also important that at this point we provide some clarification around comments regarding the county auditor. Some years ago, it absolutely is true that the report stated what the percent was, I believe, in fiscal year 2024. As we indicated over the last two budget work sessions, we have changed the number. BCPS no longer budgets for 2% salary turnover, which was a part of the efficiency review finding. Our number was changed to 3.6%, almost double that amount for the next few years. Last year, there was some pretty spirited communication when we went to the county council to provide testimony in that part of the budget process. We had some council members that were urging BCPS to increase the use of the fund balance spending. The numbers that they were talking about were $10 million and $15 million. It's also important to note that in this budget, we followed their advice. We moved from $37.8 million of fund balance use to $50 million is recommended. And so I think these are some specifics regarding our communication with county government, with economists, with fiscal experts, and the steps that we're taking to make sure that we provide recommendations that don't only allow for temporary relief in terms of meeting the compensation ask, but also think about all of the other students that are in our schools that we need to not be in a position at the end of the next fiscal year or two where we have depleted our reserves, especially with the uncertainty that is going on. Mr. Tantliff, I invite you to add some more.
The only thing I'd add is we're only talking about 1 to 2% of the budget, of the general fund budget. So that's really pretty tight in the big scheme of things. So I think we are planning pretty conservatively. As we've said in the presentation, the superintendent just mentioned, we have certainly tightened it up with the amount of vacant positions that we've had to abolish the last couple of years in conjunction with increasing our planned turnover rate. We think it's a very reasonable and conservative place that we are right now.
So, Mr. Tantliff, when you say it's a small percentage, when I mentioned 28 million and allocating that from fund balance to preserve positions, that's a small percentage. That's the amount we're talking about.
But you're wiping out what I'm saying is, if our year-end variance is $25 or $30 million, that's about 1.5% of the budget. You're proposing to double that. So I showed you in the example what the potential impacts of that are. You just can't plan to the dollar in a budget our size. Having a 1 to 2% variance at the end of the year is doing pretty darn good in spending all the money that you set out to spend.
Understood. So my question remains, though, then, and the issue is that our plan doesn't match the reality. And on one hand, I hear you say it's a small amount. On the other, when I'm proposing that it be used to avoid cutting positions that are greatly needed for our students, it then becomes insurmountable. So that's the conflict that we're up against, that we're trying to solve. And the auditor stated this was last year's report, that the funding source for the FY 2026 budget is anticipated to total at least $26.6 million. And if we need those funds, we need those funds. But then my question is, why aren't we including that as a contingency up front if we need those? We do on capital projects. Why isn't that cooked in to the operating budget up front if those aren't available?
I'm not exactly following your question. And we've shown many examples of why we don't think it's prudent to do what you're proposing. I mean, I can't keep saying the same thing. We're having the same discussion. We're getting to the same place. We've planned very conservatively. A lot of our upside in salary savings has gone away because we've increased our turnover rate, as well as abolishing hundreds of vacant positions that would have contributed to positive salary variance. It's hard to know exactly where things will turn out when you make changes that big, but we think it's a completely reasonable and prudent approach that we will not overspend our budget, which I believe your proposal would put us at high risk of doing and would certainly burn through our fund balance in the next few years.
Ms. Dominowski?
Just as a follow-up to that, so if we aren't planning to spend all of what we're budgeting for, why do we budget to spend all of, why does the budget that way? Like, we budget our funds, we budget to expend all of them. But when it comes to the actualization, we have 50 to 60 million left over, which is roughly 2%. Why don't we do like a contingency, call it that, call it what it is, instead of, it kind of feels like we're hiding the money somewhere that we're trying to save at the end, but we don't know where it's going to be coming from. Why don't we have a contingency line on each department so we understand where that money is coming at the end?
Well, you'd have to cut something to do that.
But we
don't know where those upsides will be. We plan the salaries reasonably but conservatively. We expect that we'll come in somewhat under budget. We don't know exactly where. And just to run the bat, we need $15 to $20 million just to have enough money to move between activities, because we're doing it in March, and so we have to do it based partially on a forecast. And we have to come in under budget, or else we'd have to come and ask for a supplemental appropriation. So there's a little money here, a little money there. We just know in aggregate, we are pretty confident that our salaries will come in moderately under budget. I don't know on every line item what that'll be, because we don't know who will be vacant, when they'll be vacant. We don't know what our vacancy rate will actually be or where it will be. So we do our best to plan a reasonable budget, and on the non-salary items, we plan it probably more precisely than we do in salaries, but we have to be able to come in somewhat under budget. What you're proposing is, well, let's expect a $5 million variance or a $3 million variance, a fraction of a percent in our variance by year end. It's impossible to do that. You need to leave yourself some cushion for all the things that could happen. And again, we're talking about 1.5%, 2% of the budget in aggregate.
Then again, back to Mr. McMillion's point, why are we passing this budget then? I mean, you're clearly having to find 2% at the end of every year, and we don't know where it's going to come from. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not sure what you mean by finding 2% at the end of the year.
Well, you said we come in under budget about 2% every year. We plan for that, to try to have that kind of money.
1 to 2%.
For the last 5 years, it's been closer to 2% or more. So how do you plan for that if you don't know where it's coming from?
In aggregate, we have a lot of employees, and we know based on historical purposes, our aggregate salary budget, that we will underspend somewhat. That amount has been tightening, and we've shown you in the slides the amount of variance has dropped year over year over year, and there's going to be another big drop this year because we're planning a higher amount, and we've we've abolished a number of vacant positions, some filled positions too, certainly, especially in the central office, but primarily we've reduced our number of vacancies. So over time, that's going to reduce the amount of salary variance that we have at year end. We don't know where those will be. It's the law of big numbers. I can't plan precisely. I don't know exactly where that variance will be, and that's really what you're asking.
That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Let me just see if Ms. Frempong. Ms. Harvey, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tantler, for explaining this repeatedly. And I'm going to ask a similar question so I can understand it in the way I need to understand it. What is the current fund balance? I know it's on the slide, but somebody's down because I don't have the slide.
So our projection at the end of 2026 is $96.9 million.
So if we use 28 million this year in the funds, you're the math.
We're already using 50, remember.
50 of the 96.
Yeah, 50 is in the budget.
Right, and so that takes our fund balance down to 46, thereabouts.
Plus any positive variance that we have during the year.
But we don't know that yet. So we're working with 46-ish. So now
It'll be more than that, but yes.
So now if we take the 28 million off of that, we're now looking at a remaining fund balance of 18 million, plus whatever additional variance may come as we move forward. I'm trying to make this real simple.
It is. So
in
you're
my
spending,
understanding.
so you're using 28 million more, which reduces your balance by the same amount. So it's almost a double whammy. So that's why within a few years, our fund balance, again, a lot of assumptions, but our fund balance could be close to zero at the end of 2028 under that scenario.
And so the remaining fund balance would be what we would need to use for any emergencies, for any increases in services, particularly special education services. All of that unexpected expenditure would have to come from the fund balance.
Well, fund balance is, in the end, the way we use it, it's a source of revenue. So if that source of revenue is not available, then when we're planning the next year's budget, we need to fill in that gap by either cutting expenditures or finding revenue. We can't really find revenue, but county or state revenue would need to fill in that blank. If something extraordinary happened during the year, we could come to the board, request a supplemental. A supplemental is usually, as a source, fund balance.
Okay. And what percentage of the total budget is the fund balance?
Roughly 5%.
Roughly 5%, okay. All right, thank you.
Can you just clarify the double whammy? So when Ms. Harvey said, if we minus the 28 from the 46 that's left, you said it would be like a double whammy. What did that mean?
Well, what I was saying is our expenditures would rise by 28 million, and then our fund balance would be, if you just keep it really simple, whatever our fund balance would be at year end, it'll be 28 million less. So when we go into the next year, we need to find 28 million more just to be flat to prior year, right?
In the fund balance.
Yeah, however we would do it. Our expenses are 28 million more, but our fund balance is 28 million less. And so then the next year, we're going to spend 28 million more than we would have. So then it's compounding. So at the end of that year, now we've lost 28 million plus. So now we've lost 56 million versus what it would have been under the other scenario.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Ms. Henn? Yes, Mr. Burns, time check for Ms. Henn.
Yes, 1:30.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Tantliff, for that explanation. It's concerning that the county auditor was not consulted, because I do find that their information very helpful and that they have recommended a more realistic budgeting of the fund balance, of turnover savings to more accurately reflect reality, which is what my motion is going to ask for. And again, you'll notice that theme in my motions. I'm looking for a plan that more accurately reflects our reality, and the fact that we are cutting positions. So I will offer the following motion: that the budgeted vacancy turnover rate shall be increased to 5.5%, identifying $28,112,000 in existing general fund revenue. These funds shall be reallocated to restore classroom teaching positions previously identified for reduction.
Second, Dominowski.
Okay, did you want to speak to your motion, Ms. Henn, or you already have?
I think we've spoken to it to death.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could you write that in the chat, or I don't want to ask you to use.
Madam Chair, I will. Thank you.
I'm going to give Ms. Henn a minute to put that in the chat. Okay. Ms. Henn put her motion in the chat. I will read it. The budgeted vacancy turnover rate shall be increased to 5.5%, identifying $28,112,000 in existing general fund revenue. These funds shall be reallocated to restore classroom teaching positions previously identified for reduction. So I have a question. If we do this and the 5.5% is not accurate, then what happens?
In a simple sense, 2027 would end up, the year would end up in a much less favorable situation than we would like. And so going into 2028, we would likely have to find money at that point. So we wouldn't essentially go into a crisis during 27. We would be able to finish FY 20. Well, actually, we might, we'd probably have such small variance, we might need to come to the board and do a supplemental appropriation just to get through the year, because our variance for the year might be very, very close to zero or even negative. Then we'd have to get a supplemental, so we'd have flexibility in the bat, and just to make sure we wouldn't go over budget. So actually, that would be a very likely scenario.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
So when you said you would have to come to the board, potentially come to the board, get a supplemental, that basically means you're going to be tapping into more of the fund balance, which then adds onto our maintenance of effort for the next year, and you'll have to find even more money.
Yes, that's right. So essentially, our use of fund balance is increasing in our base when we do that. So we would need to find that much more the next year. So it kind of has a snowball effect depending on how things shake out.
Thank you.
Ms. Pumphrey, did you have your hand up?
Yes, historically that you're aware of, we ever done something like this before where we've increased the budgeted vacancy turnover rate? At least to something similar to this amount?
Not, no, I don't think it's happened in the past.
Thank you.
If we do this, is there a chance that we'll be sitting here next year at the same time, cutting positions because we don't have the funds? Are we just putting this off another year if we make these changes?
Yes, that would certainly be a possibility.
Ms. Henn?
What were the actual budgeted turnover rates for 25 and 24? Do you have those offhand, Mr. Taylor?
25 was 3.6% and 24 was 2.5%.
Those were the budgeted. Do you have the actuals?
The actual in 24 was 8.8, 25 was 7.0, and the projection for 26 is 6.1.
So this is still below the projected actual for the current year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Dominowski, do you have your hand?
I just wanted to, because I did this research on my own, for historical reference, in 21 we had 60 million left over between expenditures and fund balance. That's 3.1%. In 22 we had 88 left over from, for funding into expenditures. It's about 4.3%. In 23 it was 63 million, 2.6%. In 24, it was 56, so 2.2. 25 was probably the least amount at 52 million and 2%. So it's not like we haven't we put in a lot of funds.
Those large numbers were from the COVID years when we were remote, and then when we came back, we spent a lot less than normal. We had trouble hiring, so our vacancy rate was historically high. Even, so FY21 we were remote. FY22 we came back, but we weren't traveling much. Things were still, people were holding back, and we had a problem hiring people. I think that was just a national phenomena. It was hard to hire people. I think if you went back like to FY19, 18, you're going to find much more moderate variances at year end. And even now, there was still a lot of encumbrances. We're just about done with that now, but an encumbrance, in other words, an old PO, they had been sitting out there because they just didn't get spent, and that had kind of a hangover for a few years. So I think we're approaching our historic norms now. And as you mentioned, our variance was much more moderate last year.
So at 2%, you're expecting about 50 million again for this budget.
Well, 2% would be 40 million. We're projecting to be a little under 30 million this year.
Thanks.
Variance, overall variance.
Ms. Telisky?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for answering all of our questions. I just want to thank Ms. Henn. You know, the most important thing is reducing class sizes, and I know that we are in a third year of fiscal challenges, and there's a lot more that it takes to running schools in terms of central office and buses and so many different services, but it is the teachers that are just so important to students, and you know, we've heard from various public stakeholders about that is such an essential thing to preserve, and I just want to thank Ms. Henn for really thinking proactively and creatively to try to accomplish that for us. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Ms. Pumphrey?
I'm just going to make a comment following up on Ms. Telisky's statement. I don't think any of us here, board and staff members alike, want to increase class sizes at all. I'm grateful that as a board, we've asked all of these numerous questions. We've had a lengthy discussion. I came in today really not knowing what my vote was going to be. I'm still not sure I know what my vote's going to be. But just over the past few meetings, and so grateful for staff for answering our questions over and over, sometime repeatedly, that we're hearing the same answers to the same questions just so that we all understand. So I think it's clear that as a board, we are doing our best, and even as staff, we're doing our best to do whatever we can to not increase class sizes. So I don't want that to be looked over as far as the board, any board member, or as far as our staff. So I just wanted to make that clear. I think we all are on the same page there. How we come about that is where we differ. So I am grateful for any idea that's brought up, because I think they all need to be heard and discussed so that we can make a good decision as far as how we're going to move forward, and hopefully without too much increase in class sizes for our students.
Thank you, both of you, for those comments. Okay, so we have a motion. I'll read it again. It is in the chat. The board hereby directs the superintendent to preserve all existing FY 2026 instructional staffing ratios. What? That's not the motion? Oh, sorry about that. Okay, no. We got another one coming. The budgeted vacancy turnover rate shall be increased to 5.5%, identifying $28,112,000 in existing general fund revenue. These funds shall be reallocated to restore classroom teaching positions previously identified for reduction. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Telisky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy? Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 5.
Okay, that motion does not pass. There is another motion on the board. I will read it, so, do you want to read it?
I'd like to modify it slightly, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
then go ahead. I was just trying to
Given
save you
the-
some minutes.
Given the outcome of the last motion.
Ms. Dominowski? How much time does Ms. Dominowski have? Oh, sorry. Okay, I didn't hear that.
Sorry. I'm referring to page 16 of the questions, and it's question 139. I had asked specifically which departments. I wasn't just special education. It was pupil personnel as well. Could you? That part was added to my question. The app board meeting was special education cut. I didn't actually say that.
I'm sorry, I missed the question. Say the question again.
It wasn't answered. I'd asked about which central office positions were eliminated from which departments.
Okay. Did you want?
So the team would have to take a look at that. In terms of the special education part, I believe that was a question that was asked directly to Dr. Molinex during the last budget work session. It was captured by staff, and so the response was provided.
I had just asked which positions from special education had been eliminated since 2025, not for this budget. But I also asked about pupil personnel and the total 66, or now you're saying 99.5 have been eliminated, which departments they came from.
So for
And
clarity,
I'd asked
for
that
the
in the question. I'm sorry, but I just had asked that in there, and it wasn't answered.
For clarity, for the community, I'm not saying 99.5 staff members provided a response to the question as they read it. If there is some confusion, they can certainly take it back and provide that response.
So you're right. It does say in 56 that 99.5 were reduced, and then I guess there was some were filled, and so it was 36 was the total that were reduced, positions reduced. Which departments were those from? But I put it in the question like on February 12th.
I will repeat, staff received those questions. If there was a problem with how they responded to those questions, certainly take it back and they can provide a update in writing.
Okay, lastly, we talked about confidential. There isn't a confidential object name, but there's a classified object name. Can you explain what that means on a budget line transfer?
I'm not familiar with something called classified object.
On the budget line transfer that was given to us in response to questions from board members, questions 2. There's several classified object name.
Oh, well, classified just means hourly employees.
Why would that be classified?
They're just called classified employees.
So does that go into the?
Not classified like secret. It's just they're just called classified.
So wouldn't
employees.
it just be why wouldn't it be instructional staff, or not instructional staff, but like staff and salaries and wages? Does it get added to salary and wages at the end of the day?
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Position for the record. Please state your name and position for the record, Ms. Wynn.
All right, sure. My name is Kelly Wynn. I'm the Director of the Office of Budget and Reporting.
Talking to speak.
So, yeah. So, in that report, the BLT report that I think that was referring to, what you're seeing is an account string structure, a detailed account string structure, and that object code that you were looking at, called classified, is just the name of that particular salary. So sometimes a position or the description of a position has a name like professional or classified. It's an old sort of terminology that we used. If you look in the budget book today, you'll see the FTEs are called professional and support.
Mm-hmm.
In the past, if you look in old budget books, you'll see that they were professional and classified. So it's just an old term that is still in our structure, in our account string structure.
But when it comes to the budget book, would those classified numbers be added to the support and professional?
They're part of the support.
They're part of the support, so
So-
wouldn't it be like in the other category?
No,
It
they're
would
part of the support, yeah. They're synonymous with the support staff.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so, no, I didn't mean no, I was answering Ms. Harvey. That's okay. All right, so Ms. Hen has put in another motion, correct, the last one there, another motion in the chat. And the motion reads, "The board hereby directs the superintendent to preserve all current instructional staffing ratios, grades K to 12. To bridge the remaining gap, the board formally requests that the county executive provide supplemental funding in that amount." Would you like to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, my motion doesn't specify a source of funding, but rather asks the county executive to bridge the gap between the current
I'm sorry, I forgot to
appropriation-
ask for a second. Is there a second to Ms. Henn's motion? I'm sorry.
Second, Dominowski.
Thank you.
Thank you. My motion doesn't specify a source of funding, but rather asks the county executive to provide the supplemental funding needed to preserve the current staffing ratios.
Mike, do you want to respond? I mean, my question would be, I think we already did that. How's that different than what's already taken place?
My motion asks for the budget request to be updated to reflect the board's wishes that our current staffing ratios.
So we would ask for more than the maintenance of effort amount that she's already identified that she's willing to give us.
The motion asks that the budget be updated to reflect the board's request.
Okay. Other discussion, questions? Dr. Barth? Mr. Young?
To Dr. Rogers, I think you mentioned that in the beginning of the presentation that the county executive is willing to do more. We just don't know how much more. So if they are able to provide more funding to us, you will go back and update the budget book, and that will change basically what the instructional staff ratios look like?
So thank you for that question. What I specifically asked the county executive for, that every Board of Education member received a copy of the letter, was to restore as much funding as possible to maintain the ratios. It is broken down grade level, the number of positions, and the cost. You are correct in that she has stated a desire to do more, has to follow the process to be able to identify how much more. And I also think it is worth noting that currently with the proposed budget that is at the state level, there are more requirements being placed on local government. And so we are fortunate to be in a situation, unlike others, that is above maintenance of effort. The amount, the initial target represents almost $30 million, $29.7 million. And again, the committed desire to do more above and beyond that. And so that is already in motion. We are meeting on a regular basis. Our last communication was today. And so that is the plan we have slowed some things down with staffing so that we are not disrupting schools and school communities. And that is our plan to restore as many positions as possible, working closely with our funding partner.
Ms. Henn?
Thank you. The budget that we approved today becomes our budget. It's our request to the county executive. Currently, it's the superintendent's proposed budget, and I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. But at this stage, it becomes ours. We need to ask for what our students need, and this motion asks for what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Dominowski.
I was just going to follow up along, you were talking about the county auditor's recommendations, and you said that some of the things they put in there, they're, hard line, they're not really feasible when you sit down across the table. Which recommendations are you referring to?
I was just talking in general. I mentioned, I think they do a very good job with their analysis, but if you went through every recommendation they've done over the course of the years, and if we were actually, if they all easily made sense, then the county council would have adopted them. The county council has never adopted any of their recommendations.
And here we are in a fiscal crisis. I know these are hard decisions, and these are people's jobs, and these are people's livelihoods, but we're also here to educate our students. So sometimes we have to make those hard decisions, and I'm just trying to understand why we didn't consider them more. So which ones were are they all off the table, or which ones were completely not, we just can't even talk about it because it just wouldn't work?
I can't respond to that. We didn't study the county auditor's report as the basis for our budget. There was one recommendation from the county auditors that Ms. Henn has brought up and we've discussed, and that's what we're addressing. My point was simply, every recommendation that an auditor make is not necessarily executable.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Pumphrey, for acknowledging, I think, the position of every board member here, that we want to preserve classroom sizes as much as we can amidst these challenges. And the issue is, how do we do that and stay fiscally responsible? My concern with this motion is that we are directing the superintendent to keep current instructional staffing based on a request to the county that may or may not be approved. But once we do that, then what happens if we don't get the supplemental funding from the county?
Well, the county council will approve the budget. In that example, they would strip that money. This county executive would not put that in her proposed budget. The budget would get adopted without those positions, and we'd end up where Dr. Rogers has proposed in her budget today.
Okay. I'm just concerned about the fiscal soundness of spending money we don't have, that we aren't projected to have. The superintendent, we are all aware, has made requests and reached out to our county partners. We're hoping that something can come through so that we can allocate more funds to the priorities that we have identified. I'm just concerned that we are going to put ourselves in a position that we just experienced in terms of allocating money based on what's in the budget, and then when it didn't come into the budget, having to try and figure out how we, as many folks out there have said, keep our word. And so this motion is concerning to me.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Check the... Okay. Then may I have a roll call vote on Ms. Henn's motion that is in the chat, which directs the superintendent to preserve all current instructional staffing ratios, grades K to 12. To bridge the remaining gap, the board formally requests that the county executive provide supplemental funding in that amount.
Ms. Jaleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy? Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
No.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
I'm sorry.
said
Could you,
no.
thank you. Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favors 4.
Okay. Ms. Dominowski?
I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I have a motion to postpone adopting the superintendent's proposed budget until staff can fully review, study, and consider the county auditor's budget recommendations and provide the board with a report on the effects of those recommendations.
Is there a second to Ms. Dominowski's motion? Ms. Henn, are you seconding it?
I can second it. I'd also like to offer an amendment.
Okay.
What? Okay.
I just put it in the chat.
All right, the motion is in the chat. There's been a second, but there's also now coming an amendment. Go ahead, Ms. Henn.
I move to amend the motion on the floor to add until the county executive responds to the superintendent's budget request.
Is there a second to Ms. Henn's amendment?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment? Ms. Dominowski, or to the original?
I just want to speak to it. Since Mr. Tantlev said that he didn't fully study that, I think would be, we would be missing something if we didn't fully consider all those recommendations and how they would affect our budget. If we could find, more money to put more teachers in our school buildings and reduce our class sizes, I think that we would benefit from that.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
When is the budget normally due to the county executive?
By statute, it has to be delivered to them by March 1st.
Okay, and in past, we normally approve it end of February, so I'm assuming that between now and March 1st, there's still some additional work that needs to be done on it to present it to the county executive.
If the board, well, one amendment was passed, so we'll incorporate any changes the board make tonight into what the superintendent proposed, and then we will give that to the county executive in a summary format. It's not a full budget book. We just have to have a summary format that equals the totals by March 1st. But it does have to be the adopted budget. The board adopted.
The board adopted budget to the county executive by statute by March 1st.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pumphrey?
What happens if we don't send it by March 1st?
I would need to find out the answer to that question. That's not happened, but it would, from a practical standpoint, the county executive, we're the biggest portion of that budget, and so they need our numbers to put their budget together. So they're rapidly over the next month. March is their heavy month, and they need to get the budget finalized by the end of the month. So the county executive, they can put their budget together, and the county executive can present in April. What a practical, like legal ramification of not delivering by the 1st, I would need to find out the answer to that question.
And so when we talk about, as a discussion, as a superintendent and staff, talking with the county executive and our relationship that we've built, through that, it's sort of like she's waiting on us and we're waiting on her. Is that, so like we're trying to make a decision without knowing fully if she's going to increase what she's offering us, but yet technically we need to have that budget to her in anticipation that hopefully she will at least give us part of our ask.
As the superintendent mentioned, she's been working closely, and we're hopeful. So any money they can find that they're willing to add to the budget, they will do that in the county executive's proposed budget, which will then be adopted by the county council.
Thank you.
Ms. Domanowski?
Can we ask for an extension and file an extension like we do for, most reports that are due?
Well, this is a little different than just a report because there's a whole chain of events, as I mentioned. They need to know what our final budget is. I can't answer that question. It would be a legal question that we would need to research the implications of that.
How long would you think you would need to review the county auditor's recommendations?
I can't say that. And the report is fairly extensive and exhaustive. There's usually dozens of recommendations in there.
But again,
it wouldn't be by Friday.
I'd like to also point out, we've worked very closely with the County Office of Budget and Finance to make sure that we're in lockstep with our budget proposal. They agree with the recommendations that we've have to date.
Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be clear that our budget is a huge budget and the largest part of the county budget. But there are other budget priorities that the county has to attend to. And so a late submission of our budget does not necessarily guarantee that the county won't move forward with other asks or other requests for other parts of the budget because they don't have the information from our budget to move forward and move all the pieces around if we're hoping for them to move pieces around in favor of BCPS. So the lack of submission on time of our budget doesn't necessarily increase the chances that we would get additional funds. It may decrease it because those allocations, they may not wait to do other parts of their budget.
You are correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Following up on that, I just feel like we've Dr. Rogers has been amazing with building of relationships with our government officials. I think that's something that we talked about at the beginning of her tenure that we wanted, and she has done that. I think I'm worried that we're going to make it difficult on the county executive if we don't submit a budget, and she's already thinking about, hopefully, providing us with more funds, and then we're going to say, okay, well, we're not giving this to you. It puts her in a precarious position, I think. And so that's my concern here. I also do want to mention, aside from that we talked about last meeting about the format of our budget, and I do think that's definitely something that we need to address based on all of our questions here, and also the numerous questions and clarity that we've asked for in the format of the budget, as well as looking at other LEAs and that are similar to us. And we did talk about that last time, whether that's something if we bring the budget committee back that they do, or that we do collaboratively as a board. I think this whole entire discussion here and even on prior years shows that we definitely need to make some changes in that realm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dominowski.
I just wanted to clarify that my delay would not be that we would need to be asking for more money. I would be to be looking at the county auditor's report and seeing where we could make some additional cuts that would not affect our classrooms.
Mr. McMillian?
Ms. Pumphrey touched upon something with the Budget Committee. I think it's critical. We're doing all this last-minute kind of stuff. If we reinstate the Budget Committee with direct objectives, that we can take care of a lot of this, be proactive with it and take care of it weeks and maybe even months in advance, and so we don't come down to this situation that we're currently in. Thank you.
And the Budget Ad Hoc Committee has met 3 times, and we will hopefully be bringing something forward soon. So you're on it, Mr. Million. So it is active. Okay, may I have a roll call vote on the amended motion?
Ms. Dulesky?
The amended motion is what Ms. Henn has, the last comment in the chat, to postpone adopting the superintendent's proposed budget until staff can fully review, study, and consider the county auditor's budget recommendations, along with the county executive's response to the superintendent's supplemental budget request, and provide the board with a report on the effects of those recommendations and input. Takes a lot of seconds away. Okay.
I just have a question, and I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, in light of all the comments, I don't know if, Ms. Henn, if you have any comments in response in terms of the deadlines we're facing, your suggestion. So just before we vote, I don't know if you have anything you want to say.
Do I have time?
I don't know. What's her time left?
29, there's 29 seconds, but you have restated the motion and asked for a roll call.
Right.
I don't know if that's
Right.
that's a point of order. I think at this point in time, the discussion's over pending the outcome of the roll call.
Okay. So can I have a roll call vote, please, on the motion that's written in the chat that I just read?
So the motion is to amend until the CE responds to the superintendent's report. That's what I had. For budget request.
No, I thought it's what's in the chat.
Oh.
Okay.
This is for Ms. Henn's
Right, we're
motion
voting
to
on
amend.
We're voting on Ms. Henn's, correct?
Correct.
Yes,
Which is,
in the chat.
okay.
That is the whole motion, though. The original amendment was to until the county executive responds to the superintendent's budget request, to add that to Ms. Dominowski's motion.
Okay, everybody okay? Go ahead, roll call vote.
Ms. Dulesky?
Abstain.
Dr. Savoy? Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
No.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Henn?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 3.
Okay, so now we are voting on Ms. Dominowski's motion, correct? Okay. And Ms. Dominowski's motion is what was written at 9:14, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if you look on the chat at 9:14, that is what you are Voting on to postpone adopting the superintendent's proposed budget until staff can fully review, study, and consider the county auditor's budget recommendations and provide the board with a report on the effects of those recommendations. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Jaluski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
No.
Mr. McMillan? Yes. No?
Sorry.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
No.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Sagumbe?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 4.
May I have a motion to approve the superintendent's proposed FY 2027 operating budget as amended? And the amendment was what was passed, Mr. McMillions.
So moved, Stella.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Second, need a second.
Oh, I need a second, please. I thought we already did that in the beginning, though.
Not as
Not as amended. Okay, may I have a second, please? Ms. Slusky gave it a first.
Second, Pumphrey.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Jaluski?
No.
Chair,
Dr.
just a point of order. Are we done with discussion on the budget?
I thought so. Did you have a question?
I do. I had a couple of things.
But there's a motion on the floor already. I kept checking your hand. I didn't see it.
Well, I didn't know we were moving to the motion to finalize the budget, so.
I'm sorry.
Procedurally, what?
Well, first of all, we're not hearing Ms. Frempong when she votes, and I just was pointing out that, hoping that we're capturing her votes.
Okay.
Secondly is, you have a motion on the floor, which means unless that motion is withdrawn, either by consensus or, because it's now a board motion, you're past the discussion.
Right.
I mean, that's where you are. And the same thing, I think, happened earlier tonight with someone else.
But did we have discussion on this amended budget with his amendment?
And that's what, the next point is, this has now been amended, so you have a new primary motion as amended. So you don't go straight to roll call, you have that last round of discussion on the primary motion. So if that's where you are, not on roll call, then you can proceed with more discussion.
Okay. So how do
Right,
we-
and that's where I thought we were, was the discussion.
So how do I backpedal the roll call?
You weren't, you just, as presiding officer, you weren't at roll call place yet. You were at entertaining any discussion
Okay.
on the pending motion.
Okay,
as
Ms.
amended.
Frempong, your question, please.
Okay. So I have a general question, but it's connecting to the budget based on the answer. So we had previously heard during public comment, we had heard from a teacher about the change in salary due to school closing, boundary study. I believe this was Golden Ring Middle School, Nottingham Middle. And because the status of the schools changed, some of the money that was given to the teachers changed. So we have boundary studies for this upcoming year. Are there going to be schools affected by that, and is that in the budget?
Ms. Frempong, I think the public comment that you're referring to, the staff member spoke to 2 components. One was the community schools status, and the other was low-performing school status that was designated by the state. Mr. Tantliff, please, I do know that MSDE identifies the schools according to their rules that qualify for low-performing status. Please share if they also provide the budgetary, if it's a budget neutral designation in terms of impact on our operating budget. That part I don't know.
It's budget neutral unless they're NBC qualified. If you're an NBC qualified teacher, you normally get $10,000, and if it's low-performing school as designated by MSD, you get an extra $7,000. And they split that cost with us, basically.
I'd also like to clarify, the changes were not as a result of a boundary study or a boundary change. It was due to the fact that Nottingham Middle was a newly designated facility without 2 years of performance results.
Okay, I thought this was for the boundary study that we had when the children went to Nottingham Middle, and it was effective of the Golden Ring Middle School closing. Is that not correct?
It is correct that it was the result of the new Nottingham Middle School. It was not directly related to the boundary change. When a new school is designated, when there's a newly designated school or program, MSDE requires 2 years of performance results as their normal process in order to designate a school in a number of their categories. So in this case, what happens with Golden Ring, in this case, Golden Ring closed, meaning the program closed, meaning the school number is closed out with MSDE. A new number is created with Nottingham as a new facility. And again, there are new boundaries, but it wasn't directly resultant of the boundary change that this occurred.
Okay, thank you for giving that additional detail to explain. So, and it is budget neutral, and so it sounds like also we would have to wait for the second year, I guess, to look at whether or not that money comes back.
Was that a question?
I don't think we lost any
Yes.
money that I'm aware of.
Well, the teacher had spoke about the money not going to the teachers. That's why I was just trying. I didn't know if this was another issue we would have again in the upcoming budget with existing boundary studies, or even whether it's school closing, another school opening, et cetera.
So MSDE, from year to year, the designation of schools can change, whether they are designated as low performing, as community schools, based on whatever the current criteria is. As part of the process, and as Mr. Tantliff said, teachers do get a stipend, a general stipend for being nationally board certified. If they are in a low performing school, there's an additional stipend that's a part of that. If that changes at the same school, even from year to year, that stipend eligibility would also change.
Okay, thank you. And then I'd like to go back to, from the operating questions, this is page 140, page 18, question number 142. I had asked about the transfer of funds and staff from the Department of Equity. It's not its own separate department, it's going under another department. I had asked about the staffing and the new funding and staffing. So how much is going to be spent on the equity work that has been done before?
So, Ms. Frempong, as stated in that response, equity work is integrated into the Department of Employee Training and Development. It is not allocated in terms of funding or staffing as a separate department in and of itself. It is folded into a larger department, again, the Department of Employee Training and Development. And equity work is integrated or infused in the training and the supports that they provide our schools and school staff.
So then we do not have an answer to that question.
What do you mean, Ms. Frempong? He just answered it. What was the what
He
question?
gave me a response that I'd asked specifically about the equity. So now you're not able to tell me how much money that we're looking at spending on equity. In previous budgets, I believe from FY 2026, yes, it was changed, but it had said it was a budget of 700 some thousand plus.
So, Ms.
And so that's
Frempong,
why I had asked.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject. So, in FY 26, you are correct. There was a separate line item because there was a separate Department of Equity. The allocation was, I believe, $703,000 roughly. The staffing, the salaries and wages comprised of approximately 680,000, maybe a little bit less, of those $700,000 in funds. That money has moved over in salary and wages to the Department of Employee Training and Development. It is important to note, however, that the overall Department of Employee Training and Development has had cuts in the last 2 fiscal years that would impact them overall. So the majority of those funds that you're looking at in terms of devoted specifically to any one bit of work over another were tied up in salary and wage dollars.
I'm just making sure Ms. Frempong's finished. Ms. Frempong, are you finished?
I wasn't. I try to mute and I have to go back to unmute. So I'd like to make a motion to move that department back as a separate department with the full funding.
Is there a second to Ms.
There's a current motion on the floor. There's a current motion on the floor, which you all are discussing now. That's where you are. So if there's a motion, brand new motion, that would be out of order. If it's some sort of amendment.
Oh, can I make an amendment to the amended motion?
If it's germane to the pending motion, then you could at
The
least
pending
entertain it
motion
as
is the
chair.
approval of the budget with Mr. McMillion's already approved motion. Amendment. So what are you trying to make a motion or amendment for, Ms. Frempong?
To pull out that equity department and keep it separate with the full funding.
Okay. Mr. Burns, is that germane?
Well, as stated, I'm not sure it is, but I'm not. It has to be stated as an amendment to what's pending before the body right now. So first it has to be formed as a proper amendment to the pending motion.
Okay. Ms. Frempong, did you hear Mr. Burns?
Yes, so what does that mean, formed as a proper amendment to the?
So the motion on the floor is to approve the superintendent's proposed FY 2027 operating budget as amended. Is Ms. Frempong?
I'm trying to go back through the chat now to see where Mr.
Well, Mr. You mean Mr.
Oh,
McMillion's motion?
It's not in the chat.
It's
Yeah,
not in the chat. His motion was to restore the secondary library media specialist to full-time positions for the fall 2026 and going forward with no classroom or advisory responsibilities.
Okay, so he was saying to restore library media specialist. Okay, so my motion will be to restore the Department of Equity as a separate department with the full funding.
Okay,
Madam Chair, you would first have to ask if there's a second.
Is there a second to Ms. Frempong's motion?
Second, Stileski.
Okay, now discussion. So, Ms. Frempong, do you feel that there's a reduction in funds for the people who are in that office that represent the previous equity office?
So I was asking about this before in the last meeting because I'd asked about the staff, I'd asked about the funding, and then we're not given clear-cut answers on what's happening with the funding because it's now been incorporated into another department. I've also spoke about from last time, I believe it's important because we have an equity policy 0100 as our very first policy. It's the buttress of all policies that we build from. We have an equity committee. That's what we have. We even have an equity advisory council. So that's what we have at the board level to show that this is our commitment and our support to it. So I think it's incongruent then that we are not having the separate equity department that we previously had. And then it sounds like there's some defunding happening because we're being reduced as far as staff. I believe I heard last time at first it said it wasn't, and then there was going to be another reduction. And we're not being told how the money's being spent. And so this is something that affects all the students, staff of BCPS. And this is in alignment with our commitment to equity that we as a board have made.
Thank you. Further discussion? Ms. Zaleski?
Thank you. I just have one question. Can the fiscal or any other changes between the realignment be described? So, you know, if all of the services and all of the important work is continuing exactly the same, you know, that's certainly helpful to know. Thank you.
Do you want? Go ahead. You or Jess, whatever you want.
All right, thank you for the discussion and the question. I think it's important for us to note we have had significant central office reductions for the last now proposed 3 fiscal years. In central office, we have reduced positions across teams and increased efficiencies. I believe last year the reduction was to a specialist position on the team. All of workforce development for the entire school system is now housed under one umbrella under the leadership of Dr. Berquist. But the staffing, so I don't recall if the team used to be, I think the team used to be 5 and went to 4. So all of the salaries and wages for the members of the team still exist with them. In terms of work, which I think we spoke to last time, the work continues across our system. The climate and culture coaches provide the professional development that our educators receive. If there are any concerns at a building level, they are deployed to respond to those concerns. And we also have equity specialists in every one of our schools. So in terms of the work continuing, that is our ongoing commitment. But we have reduced positions across the board in Baltimore County Public Schools in central office to address the ongoing budget shortfalls. So Ms. Frimpong, I'm not sure if your previous questions was whether or not the salary and the wages for the individuals still exist. I believe the reduction is by 1 that has previously happened, and there might be 1 more in this fiscal year, but the wages and salaries and priorities of the team are underneath the employee workforce and development umbrella.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Do we know what the fiscal impact will be if we approve this amendment?
So I think I heard the amendment is to go back to the previous structure. And so I don't know if there is an ability to see that now, but I know it's at least adding 1 position from last year. And if there's 1 more proposed, it would be the equivalent of adding 2 more positions. So the fiscal note associated with adding 2 more positions.
Those are 2 more positions that are, I guess the cost is higher than our classroom positions. In other words, how will this affect class size? Or will it affect class size?
Specialist positions, Mr. Tantliff, can you speak to the cost of specialists compared to classroom?
Specialists probably equivalent to a very senior teacher.
Further discussion?
So this is Ms. Frimpong. I just wanted to correct because I believe I heard Ms. or Dr. Rogers say that we had equity specialists at every school. That would be our equity liaisons that we have at every school. And that person is a teacher or a staff member. I believe that's chosen by the principal. And we do not have equity specialists as it's laid out. Just like you said, we have climate and culture coaches. So it would be going back to having our equity specialists along with our equity liaisons at the schools doing the work in conjunction and in tandem together.
Thank you. Any further discussion? May I have, I'm sorry, Dr. Savoy?
The difference, I just wanted to know the difference between an equity specialist and a consulting teacher.
You mean equity liaison?
Equity liaison,
Yes. In the past, we had equity specialists. We have climate and culture specialists now. The specialists were assigned to zone. We actually had 4. We had 1 for each zone and 1 for central office. They primarily provided the training. They also responded to any incidents where a teacher or an office head needed support to be brought in. Equity liaison is, as Ms. Frimpong indicated, they are typically a teacher, a staff member at the school. They receive training from the Office of Culture and Climate. They participate in professional development, and they work on the equity plan at the school, which looks at, not only climate, but it also looks at how students are performing.
Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get the importance of the positions. Restoring 2 positions is probably a drop in the bucket in this budget, although we are saying every penny counts, but we just added $3 million plus to the budget. So I'm not sure that 2 positions is going to impact us one way or the other. I'm not sure I understand the need to pull the department out if we're trying to integrate the work based on our dedication to 0-100 throughout the system.
Thank you. Any further, Mr. Young?
Just to clarify, the work is being done by everyone within the Department of Training and Workforce Development?
That's a great question. It's not everyone in the department because there are some folks that have specialized training, technical training skills. For example, some are clerical or accounting support, but we do have staff who are, in addition to our climate and culture coach, in addition to our director of workforce development and culture, who are supporting our equity work through employee training and development. So yes, sir, there are additional staff members because the work has broadened out as it's been integrated into our other training and development.
And the climate and cultural specialist?
Climate and culture coach, yes, sir.
Climate and cultural coach, they are in that department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? So the motion earlier, the amendment for the library media specialist was adding approximately 36 more staff members would be needed since they're not going to be teaching 2 classes, correct? Was that? And then this would be adding 2 more positions that would be needed if this passes, but none of these would be helping with the class ratios, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Hunt, I see it. We'll get to there. Okay. Ms. Domanowski?
Just to clarify, the 36 would be librarians in the school buildings, though, correct?
They would be teachers to take the classes that the library media specialists had been assigned to.
So they'd be teachers?
They would be teachers,
in
yes,
the classroom?
ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Ms. Pumphrey?
So while I view these positions as very important, I also feel that as a board, our first priority was as much as possible, and a request was as much as possible to cut central office staff and not direct classroom as much as possible. So although it's only 2 positions, that's my concern here. 0, 100, we need to, all this is very important, and those positions are important, and equity is important. But I feel like, based on what the superintendent said, that these positions and the work of these positions are still being covered. And based upon the board's request to cut central office as much as possible, that's why I'm not in support of this amendment based on that reasoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Based on what Ms. Pumphrey said, or going off of what she said, is it really two positions? Because if you pull the department out, will you not need a director, or because when they were folded together, that offered some synergy or other position cuts? So pulling that back out, what would the real, and going back to its previous staffing, what would it actually look like, more than just the two that were cut?
So the clear net impact to separate a distinct Department of Equity to what it was prior to FY26 would result in the creation of two positions, because as Dr. Rogers indicated, there have been two positions cut. In terms of the work that would change and be missed throughout the Department of Employee Training and Development, I couldn't comment on that impact right now. There would be lost work. There would be more other resources and roles would have to be defined, and there may be some training and some support that we presently offer to staff that we would no longer be able to offer to them. So the raw request, I'm going to call it, would be two positions to restore the separate department. But as you indicated, there would be work that I couldn't calculate sitting here right now that we wouldn't be able to do, as those positions aren't integrated with the larger Department of Employee Training and Development. So thank you for that question.
Mr. Young, do you have a follow-up? You look like you're still thinking.
Still processing, but thank you. You've answered my question.
Okay. Ms. Harvey, is your hand up?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer an amendment to restore the equity positions, the two equity positions, period. I think that directing where they land in the organization is more operational than governance, but I do think if we're talking about something that impacts the entirety of our system, something that we say we believe in, then it would be important to restore those two positions. And as I stated earlier, in comparison to $3 million to add teachers, to take two, to restore the librarians from taking 2 classes in the day, I think this is a drop in the bucket.
So the amendment was?
To restore the 2 equity positions.
Okay. Is there a second to Ms. Harvey's amendment?
Second.
Any further discussion?
And Ms. Lichter, this is to amend the amendment that was on the floor. This is an amendment to a pending motion.
The amendment to Ms. Frempong's
That's
amendment.
exactly right.
Right. So
I'm sorry, I'll be clear. I move to strike the part of the motion that refers to pulling the equity department out of its current assignment.
Okay. Say that again? To pull them out of their current assignment?
The motion on the floor was to restore
right.
the positions and create a separate department. I'm moving to strike the part of the motion that creates the separate department or restores the separate department.
Right. And while I would like to restore those positions, I'd also like to restore the math specialist that got cut and the ELA specialist that cut too. So it's my worry is the domino effect of bringing back the central office specialists that we so begrudgingly had to cut. So it's not that I don't want them, I want all of them. So I'm not sure how to vote based on that priority. Ms. Frempong?
Thank you. So as long as I'm in agreement with Ms. Harvey's amended motion, as long as, again, the work continues. And then as we talk about the two that are coming back, again, as we talk about the work, it's across the system. So this is not, it's students, but it's students and staff for the work that they cover and the work that they do. It's not just a single classroom teacher as far as the effect on those direct children. This has a larger impact.
Okay, so may we have a roll call vote on the amendment, which Ms. Harvey stated was to restore the 2 equity positions, period. Correct? Okay, roll call vote, Ms. Gover.
Ms. Jaluski?
Tough fiscal times, but I agree with what Ms. Lichter said in terms of lots of positions to be restored. No.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
No.
Mr. Young?
Ms. Pumphrey?
Do I get a vote?
I'm sorry, Ms. Pumphrey. I'm sorry.
No.
Send this one out.
No, sorry.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 4.
Okay. So, right, I'm back to the back to Ms. Frempong's motion, which was to restore the 2 positions and move the office out of workforce development into a separate office, correct? Okay. May I have a roll call vote on Ms. Frempong's amendment?
Ms. Jaluski?
No.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
No.
Ms. Pumphrey?
No.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
No.
Ms. Ogumbe?
No.
Ms. Lichter?
No.
Favor is 3.
Okay. Now I'm back to the big one, right? Okay. Ms. Stoleski?
This is before the big vote, right?
Well, trying.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so I just want to thank everyone for all of your hard work in a tough fiscal budget cycle. In the board set of questions, I expressed how important it was to have evidence in the central office departmental details to feel confident that all non-essential expenses and/or positions were cut. The increase in class sizes are concerning and especially alarming for grades 1 to 3. Given the recent prioritization of giving every student the best opportunity to be reading on grade level by grade 3. My struggle with approving this budget centers around these class size increases, especially the impact on elementary students reading on grade level by grade 3. I'm gravely concerned about the setbacks in what has been a priority area for our school system, where we were making substantial gains. While many central office positions are essential, I have not seen the necessary evidence to ensure that the zero-based budgeting process led to the elimination of all extraneous positions. I truly needed more evidence. There, of course, has to be bureaucracy in our school system, but raising class sizes must be an absolute last resort. I did not hear evidence to support that. My vote is nothing personal to anyone, and I'm not making it lightly. I have voted for all proposed budgets in the past, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we already have the motions, right? Do I need it?
Motion.
Okay,
Your
had a
usual
second.
discussion,
So now
which is why you had amendments.
right, so now we're ready for roll call vote on the motion to approve the superintendent's proposed FY 2027 operating budget as amended. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Deleski?
No.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
No.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Domanowski?
No.
Ms. Henn?
No.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favor is 6.
There's nothing in my script for this. What, Mr. Burns, happens next?
Well, you certainly, as chair, have the right to solicit any additional motions they might have regarding the topic at hand, which is the budget. But beyond that, if the board doesn't adopt the budget, it doesn't adopt it tonight. You bring it back at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any further amendments? Motions? Okay, let me just, Mr. Young?
Question for Mr. Burns.
Go ahead.
Is reconsideration an option?
What does that mean? Go ahead, Mr. Yes, join us, Mr. Burns. I think these gentlemen would be glad to have a visitor.
I don't know if I can cover enough. All right. So, as we've talked about before in the past, Mr. Young, reconsideration is sort of a two-part answer because the general topic of reconsideration of a board action is broken into, are you doing it at the meeting, the same meeting at which you took the action, or in this case, didn't take the action, or at a future meeting? We often call that a rescission of a past action. Since you're still in your meeting, right, and you took no action, reconsideration isn't what you'd be doing because there's no action to reconsider, no action to rescind. You are simply at a place where you did not pass a motion to adopt the budget. That's where you are. And when Ms. Lichter, as chair, solicited additional motions, she said amendments, but I think she meant motions regarding the budget, that opens the floor to any additional motions. If no other motions are made, you move on to your next agenda item.
So could we seek a revote?
That's not a term under the parliamentary procedures that I would advise you to make a motion that terms it as a revote. If you think you could make a motion that would persuade a majority of your members to adopt your motion, you could form that motion and make it while you're still in this agenda topic.
So I could make a motion that we vote again on the adoption of the superintendent's proposed budget as amended.
You could, and subject to the will of the board and your chair as a presiding officer, after one or two of those tries, and you've had this happen before, you have not passed or not done things and taken multiple attempts. At some point in time, for the good of the body, you would draw the topic to a close. But it's not, there's nothing impermissible about you making such a motion.
Okay.
That doesn't, by the way, it doesn't exclude other members from having a point of order concern or anything else they want to raise with the chair.
Ms. Henn?
Madam Chair, I have a question for council. It's my understanding that the same motion can't be introduced twice once the board has voted on it.
You voted, you didn't do anything. I can't explain any better. You took no action. So therefore, you could theoretically move again. But you can't keep moving again and again as a board and getting the same answer and not be subject to the chair saying we're moving on to the next topic, or for a point of order from other board members to move on, to table or whatever. So there's all that in play. But that doesn't mean that the motion can't be made.
We've been advised previously that the same motion can't be introduced once the board has taken a vote unless it's reintroduced by the opposing side, and then a vote can be taken on it.
I understand that.
According to
I
Robert's
haven't heard,
rules.
I haven't heard the motion, so I can't say that the same motion is being made twice.
There's no motion on the floor right now.
Right.
Correct. I'm confirming that the same motion can't be introduced twice.
Ms. Harvey?
Right, I need clarity, because I just heard two different things.
Okay.
I heard that there's nothing that prevents a motion from being made again because we took no action.
Right.
And then Ms. Hen is confirming that the same motion can't be made twice. So can you help me understand what's
Yes.
happening here?
There are rules about who can make motions, under Robert's rules, who can make motions in the face of a motion that fails. It has to do with who were the proponents and who wasn't, right? Trying to remember now, the primary motion to adopt the budget as amended was made by whom?
Oh, it feels like it happened days ago.
It was.
Who made the motion? I made the motion, but who seconded? May I have a motion?
That included the amendment from Mr. McMillian.
It was, the motion was made by Ms. Delusky, seconded by Ms.
So another member could make, my advice is another member, not Ms. Delusky, could make the motion.
Ms. Harvey?
I move to adopt the superintendent's proposed FY '27 operating budget as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Ms. Zaleski?
Thank you. Was there any difference in this motion than the original motion? So no technicality or
Ms. Harvey, you made the same motion again.
the exact same wording?
According to council, that's not required.
Yeah,
so
no,
it's
no,
the
no.
exact-
I'm not,
Yes, it's-
I'm just
It's
checking
the
for
same thing I've read. May I have a motion?
I'm just checking for understanding,
Motion
not
to
judging.
Motion to approve the superintendent's proposed
Okay.
FY '27 operating budget as amended.
Madam Chair, point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
The person who makes the duplicate motion has to be the individual who voted against it in the first time. And I believe Madam Vice Chair voted for it
Okay.
the first time.
Okay. Then we'll take that all back. Can we just take it all back?
No, if a board member is presenting to you different advice than council,
Oh, okay.
you have a couple of options. You can go with what the
Is
board
that
member
accurate?
recommends. You may also entertain a motion to go into closed session to receive legal advice.
Okay. Or you can withdraw yours and I can call on him. Okay.
Can I move to go into closed session for legal advice?
Is there a second?
Second, Stoleski.
May I have a roll call vote, please, on the motion to go into closed session for legal advice?
That's on the floor.
What happened to the amended then? I have no idea. It's a circus. Yeah. What about the amended?
So if Ms. Pumphrey had said she wants to go in closed session to discuss the motion on the floor, would that make this better?
That's a prime, you're asking for legal advice about a pending motion over a point of order that's been raised by a board member in the middle of the consideration. I think you can go into closed session to consider advice on that topic.
Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please? Discuss going into closed session?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. McMillian.
I've had a second.
Oh, may I have a second? What did you just
I
say?
do that if there's going to be another motion on the floor.
There's not. Ms. Harvey is not taking back her motion.
Wait a minute.
Oh, you're, okay, go ahead. Everybody.
Oh.
Okay. Now I got too many motions on the floor right now. So
You have a motion,
I have hers.
another motion regarding passing the budget as amended.
Okay,
You had a point of, and it was seconded.
okay,
You had a point of order that was raised concerning the motion maker being able to make such motion.
okay.
There appears to be a desire to have advice of counsel on topic, which I think it's important to do that in closed session because it allows you to speak freely and allows me to advise you in a privileged setting. And you had a board member ask for that.
Okay. Did you have a second yet? Okay, motion. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay,
There was
so there's a
seconded.
second. So now we're doing discussion.
There you go.
I have,
Ms. Hen.
I will withdraw my point of order if Mr. Young makes the motion instead of Ms. Harvey because he voted no on the original motion.
Okay.
And that's allowed per Robert's rules.
Okay, Ms. Harvey, are you okay with that?
That's fine.
Okay,
Try.
so you rescind your motion.
I rescind my motion.
Thank you. Do you rescind your motion?
Yes, I rescind my motion.
Okay, anybody have, Mr. Young?
I make the motion that,
He tried.
yeah.
You did.
I'm trying to.
I moved we adopt the superintendent's fiscal year 27 budget as amended.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Harvey.
Thank you. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please. Oh, you have further discussion, Ms. Zaleski?
I just don't know what has changed.
Nothing. Nothing has changed, except somebody is asking for us to have a revote. Just like we did that for board chair. We went
Okay.
around and around and around.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Roll call vote, please. We are voting on the motion to approve the superintendent's proposed FY 2027 operating budget as amended. Roll call vote.
Mr. Lusky?
No.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
No.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
No.
Ms. Hen?
No.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Favor is 7.
Favor is 7. Okay. All right, everybody take a deep breath. We have another, it has nothing to do with that. We have another motion, but it's not, Ms. Hen, can you please read? I have to get back to Teams.
Sure.
Can you
Thank
please read
Madam
your
Chair.
motion?
I move to postpone agenda items J and K to the next regularly scheduled board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second, Pumphrey.
Any discussion? May I have a roll call vote on Ms. Hen's motion to postpone agenda items J and K to the next regularly scheduled board meeting?
Mr. Lusky?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We're not finished yet, but thank you, Ms. Hen. Okay, we are on agenda item H. Oh, thank you, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Letter H. The next item on the agenda is action is action taken in closed session. For that, I call Mr. Burns.
Madam Chair, there were no actions in closed session requiring affirmation in open session.
No, there weren't. Thank you. Next. Okay. The next item on the agenda is new business, report on board policies. This is the first reader for these policies, and for that I call Ms. Christina Pumphrey, Chair of the Policy Review Committee.
Thank you. Members of the board, the Policy Review Committee asks that the board accept this report of the committee's recommendation of the proposed changes to the following board policies. Board Policy 2361, distribution of non-school material. Board Policy 6800, field trips and foreign travel study programs. And the proposed readoption of Board Policy 5000, students. These policies are presented to you on tonight's agenda as Exhibits I-1 through I-3.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Board members, are there any separations?
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Frempong. I'd like to separate Policy 5000.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then, may I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the Board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policies 2361 and 6800?
So moved, Harvey.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Any discussion on those two policies, 2361 and 6800? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Jaleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
Yes.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the board's Policy Review Committee for Board Policy 5000?
So move Young.
Thank you. No second is needed since the recommendation comes from the committee. Is there any discussion on Policy 5000? Ms. Frempong?
So I just wanted to speak to this. This was an interesting discussion in the PRC, and I actually think it was kind of important that it came to the board to discuss at a high level, but then I do think it should go back to the committee for refinement, because this policy was originally deleted. It came back at the request of a board member, and then after like a robust discussion, I do think it's important that we have a policy for students and that we identify the philosophy and the standards. I just think that the language in it is antiquated, and I think it needs to be updated. So that's why I wanted to make a comment in particular about this one. I guess just to get the feedback or the comments of the full board, but I do believe it should go back for revision.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Ms. Hen?
Thank you. This, reintroducing this policy does not preclude it from coming back to the committee for revision. I believe that once it's in place, it is subject to the same revision cycle that other policies are, and the committee can certainly recommend adding it to the schedule for revision. I think that we did have a robust discussion, and I thank Ms. Frempong for her participation in that. And if we support the passage of this motion, then it will make this policy available to the committee for discussion and revision. So this is the first step that will enable that.
Thank you. Ms. Dominowski, do you have your hand up? Nope. Okay. Ms. Pumphrey?
Because we had such a robust discussion during PRC, and if I remember correctly, it was quite a lengthy discussion, I would just ask for more specific information as to what staff should look at before they bring this back to us again with policy analysis. Because typically when we have such a robust discussion, they are taking that before they present us with this first reader of this policy. So just to send it back without more specific instructions, I think is not helpful to staff as far as what do we want them to look at closer, what language we want them to look at so that they can provide an additional policy analysis if it does go back to committee.
Thank you. Further discussion, Ms. Hen?
Just to clarify that this is the first step of reinstatement. So once a policy has been removed, it no longer exists as a policy. So reinstating it is reinstating it in its last form when it did exist. So what we are being asked to consider tonight is, do we want to reinstate it in its last good form? Once we reinstate it, then we can take step 2, which is to ask staff to look at the language and bring a recommendation back to committee.
Thank you for that clarification. Other discussion?
This is Board Member Frempong.
Go ahead, Ms.
So then
Frempong.
I apologize because that wasn't clear. I mean, again, even back in the committee, I spoke about the antiquated language, and I was for bringing it forward so that we could talk about the best way. The problem is that the language as it's written, the staff members have already determined, and you see it in the analysis, that we don't need it because of the language. It says that, you know, the language that's included in this is already included in other policies. And so I guess to Ms. Pumphrey's point, I guess if we need additional information, I'd like to just have it be updated to reflect what are the current board philosophies or the board standards that are not represented in other policies. But if we can't make, I guess, the changes, we have to reinstate it as is, and it's already been determined that it's not needed. That's something different then. So I'm not, I misunderstood. So I'm not in agreement then, I guess, with this policy as it is, because the information's already reflected in the other policies. We need to have this updated to reflect what our current philosophy and what our current standards are for our students.
Ms. Hen?
I think the importance of reinstating this can't be overstated. This discusses our standards in broad statements. All students will reach high standards. All students will graduate from high school. This describes our vision and mission as a school system. And when I looked at this and looked through other policies, we don't make these statements in any of our other policies, which is why I feel so strongly that we need to reinstate it, because they don't exist elsewhere. So we can revisit the language, we can add specificity, but these are high-level statements in regards to what we expect for all students. All English language learners will become proficient in English and reach high academic standards. I mean, these are things that we don't state in any of our other policies that need to be in our policy. So once we reinstate this, sure, if we feel like we need to add specificity to it, that's fine. But to exclude this entirely, which is as it stands now, we're not stating that this is part of our vision or mission as a board anywhere within our policy. So I believe the priority that we need is to reinstate it, and then the committee can work with staff and bring recommendations for language updates to the board as necessary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Dominowski?
Just had a question for Ms. Frempong. You said that this policy is already covered in other policies. Do you know any of those policies offhand?
Ms. Frempong? Do you have a response or?
I do. I was talking and I was muted, so I
Okay.
apologize.
That's okay.
Okay, let me start from the top. It does. There's in the analysis of it, it talks about where that language can already be found. So even if you go back to our basic board commitments, policy 0200, it talks about providing for every student the highest quality 21st century education in a safe, secure, and positive environment, etc. So it's laid out in points 1 through 9 of the analysis. And this policy was actually it's been deleted. So it's already not in existence since 2023. And that's why and it was previously voted to delete it, because the consensus or the thought was that this information that's contained in this is already contained in other policies. So I hope that helps to answer the questions.
I thank you for pointing that out. I'm looking at it now. I see that it says that, but it's not necessarily the exact same language. So I can see where this could be reinstated and then improved.
Oh, sorry. Other comments? Ms. Hen?
One last brief comment. The difference between the language in the other policies and 5,000 is that the other policies have goals or aspirations. 5,000 has standards, and there's a big difference between standards and goals. For instance, all students will have access to and be educated in school environments that are equitable, safe, conducive to learning. That's great. That's a goal. Or set high performance standards. That's different than all students will achieve. All students will perform. So standards we need to set standards, and that's what Policy 5000 does. It's not just a goal, it's a standard. This is what we expect. And that's the difference. And as Ms. Pumphrey and Ms. Frempong said, we had a robust discussion with this in committee, and that's the difference in the language behind what we are setting standards for versus what our goals are. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young, is your hand up? No? Okay. Maybe? Okay, you're going to pass. All right, let me just make sure Ms. Frempong's hand's not up. Okay. So the motion was, no, we separated 5,000. We just had a discussion. Okay, may I have a roll call vote on Policy 5,000? No? Right, whether you want to pass it, we just We passed the first two. We separated this, had discussion. Now we're voting if you want this one to pass. Go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. And then we would have the opportunity to revise it if it's passed.
Once it gets reinstated.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Then there's no 5,000. There's nothing to revise.
Okay.
Okay. Roll call vote, please. Oh, Mr. Young.
Just a clarification on the process. We vote yes. It basically comes back, goes through first reader, second reader. So during that time frame is when it can be revised, not it has to make it all the way to the end and then get put on the schedule to be revised.
Ms. Pumphrey, I'll defer to you with that one.
This is first reader, so we can go back to the committee for further revisions.
Okay.
Say that again.
I'm sorry, was that can or cannot what Ms. Pumphrey said?
Ms. Pumphrey, can you repeat your statement?
This is first reader, so it can go back for revisions as a request. I think that's what you were requesting, Ms. Frempong, but I do think we need clarification as far as what we want staff to refine. But with our discussion, I think we may have clarified that here.
But if we don't vote, that's if we vote yes. If we vote no. Trace, Ms. Governor, what are you saying? Right. So we can either pass it and it goes to second reader, or we commit it back to committee. Is that what you said? So that's different than saying yes or no. So if I ask for a roll call vote.
So I'd like to make an amendment that this go back to the committee for revision.
Okay. Is there a second to Ms. Frempong's motion for it to go back to committee?
Madam Chair, we have a motion on the floor, I believe, for this motion.
Okay.
Or for policy 5,000. So
Okay.
we need to process that.
Thank you for that. Okay. But the only problem is, are we voting yes or no? Those are the only two options, not the recommit that Ms. Gover mentioned.
The motion on the floor is to pass the readoption of 5,000.
Right.
5,000 at first reader.
Okay. So what I'm understanding is if we pass it, and it goes on to second reader, but if we fail it or do not pass it, then we can then make a motion for it to go back to committee. Okay? So if you say yes, it stays. If you say no, then we could move it on. Ms. Stileski?
Just a question, thank you. So if it passes, then it can be revised?
Well, I'm hearing two different things
Right,
now.
well,
It goes to second reader.
Okay, so once it goes to second reader, it cannot be revised?
If you wanted to revise, then we need to say no for roll call vote, correct? Okay. But if we want to revise in the board meeting, that'll be right now?
No, it's second.
Second reader.
So
Okay.
in
There's
both-
lots of options here.
In both situations, it can be revised?
Yes, but if the vote is no, it will go back to committee to be revised. Otherwise, it's going to go to second reader, and we would revise. And
Say that again. If we vote yes, it comes to second reader, and then we all work on it. If we say no,
we
then
can
you will
then,
work.
after that, it doesn't automatically go back. Then we can refer it back to committee.
Okay. Ms. Domanowski?
I'm just, this is my understanding of it. This is not actually a working policy right now. It's not in circulation.
Not
We're
active, right.
It's not active. So I think, don't we need to activate it before we can actually revise it?
I guess that's where my confusion comes in, because this is all on this as for first reader, on this agenda. If we wouldn't have separated it, we would have been approving all three policies. Does that make sense?
Mr. Burns, do you have any clarification for us?
That last part made a lot of sense. Whoever just said, I mean, if it doesn't exist, it's not before you for revision right now, right? You have to make some decisions about its posture, I guess is the right way to say it. Yeah.
Okay.
So I
if we
think,
vote yes, we're bringing it back to life. And then we can
which is
decide-
what Ms. Henn said earlier.
Right, and then we can decide what to do with it.
Yep.
Mr. Young?
If we vote yes, as part of the process, it would go to second reader. So isn't that really, and after second reader, isn't that really the time where it's actually back to life and we can make the revisions?
Ms. Hen?
I would recommend we see it through, we bring it back, and then Ms. Pumphrey could schedule it if she's willing to not wait, but to put it immediately on PRC's schedule to then make revisions. I think that would be the cleanest, that once it's back, it's actually a policy again, and then we can put it through committee and then put it back through the multi-reader process to make changes in committee, get staff's recommendations, bring it back to the board. But first, we need to bring it back, which is what we're doing now. This is a report on the proposed readoption. So I think to separate them would be cleanest for all of us. First, we need to act on bringing it back.
Ms. Harvey?
Is that an amendment to the motion? So we're making a motion to move this forward, and then there would need to be a secondary motion to send it back to,
I think as chair, I can just agree to add it to the agenda.
is that your agreement?
Yes, that is my agreement.
Thank you.
Okay. May I have a roll call vote on passing or not passing policy 5000? Correct? Yes or no? Answers. Go ahead, Ms. Gover. Go ahead. Roll call vote, please. The adoption of policy 5000.
Ms. Jaleski?
Yes.
Dr. Savoy?
Yes.
Mr. McMillian?
Yes.
Ms. Pumphrey?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Ms. Dominowski?
Yes.
Ms. Hen?
Yes.
Ms. Frempong?
No.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes.
Ms. Ogumbe?
Yes.
Ms. Lichter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we passed it. It goes back to committee, and Ms. Pumphrey will take it from there. Okay. All right, we are skipping agenda items. Yes,
Remember,
Ms.
I had something to
Oh,
add
yes,
for
Ms.
PRC.
Pumphrey.
I almost forgot. Thank you.
forgot.
This is regarding Policy Review Committee. At the end of our last board meeting, I mentioned that the Policy Review Committee would again be reviewing a policy regarding immigration enforcement in our schools. In March of 2025, the board adopted a resolution affirming the rights of immigrant students, indicating, among other things, that we welcome and support all students and that we are committed to fostering the success of every student in every school. Due to increased concerns regarding the success of our students, including graduation rates and absenteeism rates, and in an effort to support our students and their families, this policy has been added to the agenda for the Policy Review Committee meeting on Monday, March 16th, with the hope of bringing a policy forward to the full board for approval in an expedited manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey, for your leadership with that. The next item on the agenda is information, which includes the financial report for the month ending December 2025, revised Superintendent's Rule 4102, student count 2025, and an update on key school legislation. We're almost there, everybody. Okay, the last part is board committee updates and agenda setting. Audit committee, Ms. Harvey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next audit committee meeting will be held virtually on Tuesday, March 17th at 4:30. We invite the public to attend and learn more. Thank you.
Thank you. Building and contracts, Mr. Young.
The next Building and Contracts Committee meeting will be held Monday, March 9th at 5 p.m.
Thank you. Curriculum Committee, Ms. Stoleski.
Thank you. Our next curriculum meeting will be tomorrow, Wednesday, February 25th at 4 p.m. One of the topics for those interested will be the implementation of Ready to Read and Maryland literacy policy. Please join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislative and Governmental Relations, I'm looking for my next meeting. It's March 18th, but I also encourage everyone to look on board docs for the updates on key school legislation. It's very comprehensive, and we'll give you information about what is taking place right now in Annapolis. I think Ms. Pumphrey just gave a Policy Review Committee update. The date of the next meeting, Ms. Pumphrey?
Is March 16th.
Thank you. Ms. Frempong, the Equity Committee? You may be on mute, Ms. Frempong. Oh, hello?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm here. So the Equity Committee last met on February 19th. We had a discussion on disproportionality and discipline across elementary, middle, high school, as well as racial, economic disadvantage in special education. Our next Equity Committee meeting is scheduled for Thursday, March 19th, 2026 at 4 p.m. And then the next Equity Committee meeting with the Equity Council is scheduled for Thursday, March 26th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. And then, Madam Chair, is this where I can bring forth the motion? Okay. So at our January Equity Committee meeting, the committee voted to unanimously move forward with restoring our equity audit. Originally, we had an equity audit in 2020, and that was our baseline framework for ongoing equity analysis, reporting, and decision-making. And so I'd like to bring that motion forward to the entire board.
So can you restate the motion, please?
The motion is to restore the equity metrics and indicators that were established and used in the original 2020 equity audit. Do I need to go ahead and use the wording exactly as was used in the committee meeting?
Well, whatever your exact motion is, you need to state it. Did you just state it, or is there a different way to state it?
I'll go with that. That's fine.
Okay, can you put it in the chat for Ms. Gover? Is there a second on Ms. Frempong's motion to?
Second, Pumphrey.
Thank you. Is there any?
Thank you. It was coming out of committee, so I didn't know that there was an additional second motion needed. But thank you, Ms. Pumphrey.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Ms. Domanowski?
Is there a report of that we can look at to see what that would look like? I just don't. We just don't know what it is.
Ms. Frempong, do you have ready access to the 2020 report that you're referring to?
It was done multiple times. The 2020 was the original one, and then it was done for multiple years afterwards. There is, I believe, if you Google key reports, it might be the keyword. On BCPS, there's a section under DRAA where you're able to pull the report for the original, and it shows the audit, the original equity audit, and what the findings were, different tables and charts laying things out, as well as what the plan was to attack and address those discrepancies.
So what would be implementing? What would be the plan of attack?
Well, it's done every year. It had been done every year, and it hasn't been done. So we're looking to bring that report back to be done on an annual basis so that we can see where we are with the data. And that way it's also like a cohesive place to find all that information, and then also see what the strategic plan is for addressing those issues and those disparities.
So you're just asking to bring back doing an annual equity audit?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hen, do you have a question?
I was going to ask if Ms. Frempong would be willing to do a written committee update, including the proposal that she's seeking board support for. It would be, I think, a more efficient use of the board's time and cleaner if we could review the materials in advance, and if she'd be willing to make her motion at the next meeting. That way we would be able to review the report and be more prepared to vote on the motion.
Ms. Frempong, do you have a response to Ms. Hen?
Ms. Hen was on previous boards as well when this was in place, so it's nothing that's different. We're just bringing something back. We also got the information in presentations and bits and pieces here and there again, so this is a comprehensive document that can be referred to.
Ms. Frempong, why can't the committee just ask for that of staff? Why does it need a motion?
Ask the question again.
I'm just wondering why this needs a motion and it's not something that, as chair, that you would ask the staff to generate for the committee.
So if that's all that needs to be done, then I'll ask that of the staff, and that we'll bring the report back that way.
Is that fine? Yeah, that Dr. Rogers says that's fine. I just
Okay,
know with other
thank you.
committees, we request information from staff. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Ms.
Just want to make a quick comment. I think, because I was present in this equity meeting, I think part of the reasoning was because we were being provided with the information in bits and pieces, and we wanted to have one comprehensive yearly report. So I think that was the reasoning for the motion itself. And I don't recall if staff said we needed to make a motion or not, but that's the reasoning behind it. So if we can have that same result without a motion, I agree that that's okay.
Okay. Dr. Rogers says that's fine. Okay, so will you rescind your motion, Ms. Frempong?
Yes, I'm happy to rescind the motion and just request it. Do we just request that of our staff liaison for that information?
Yes. And Dr. Rogers is now aware of it too. And then, so you're rescinding your amendment to the motion?
I didn't make
Okay.
one, but
Okay.
sounds good.
Okay, sorry.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, we're good. Okay. The last item on the agenda is announcements. Reminder that the board's public hearing on the southeast area elementary school boundary study is tomorrow evening, February 25th, at Stemmers Run Middle School in the auditorium beginning at 6:30. Speaker sign up is in person beginning at 5:30 through 6:25. Again, for those who are listening still and want to sign up, it's in person, Stemmers Run. The sign up begins at 5:30 and will close at 6:25. The board's next meeting will be held on Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. Thank you to everyone on staff who helped and participated tonight, and thank you to board members. And the meeting is now adjourned.